Right then. So, this was a bit of a surprise. Now, those that were here yesterday heard me mention that this was a thing, and it turned out that Ninja Gaiden Black 2 was on Game Pass, so I went ahead and set all the settings up and everything, because for those that may have missed this little bit of context, I enjoy this series. Now, there are some caveats to that. Not really going to get into them right now because I don't have to, and they're not vitally important. Just understand that there's going to be some rough patches on our way through this, and I won't even promise to play the entire thing. I will play as much of it as I decide to do today, and we'll see if it gets a second session to finish it or not in the future. Is basically the bottom line there. I've not really noted any crazy, remarkable, immediate differences between the Master Collection version of 2 and this version of 2, but I don't have excessive experience to go by with that, so I'm just gonna get that note out of the way now at the beginning here. Take things I say as a comparison between the two and things like that with a grain of salt, because I don't have the knowledge to back that statement up. You'll want to look for people that have fully cleared previous versions of this if you want comparisons. Now, a couple notes immediately I do want to point out, though, is that it actually has a pretty solid options menu, which is the only reason I was able to make this behave itself. So, bear that in mind as well. If you have a system that may struggle, you've got methods of working around that. There was something I wanted to fiddle with in here, and I already forgot what it was. Is that there's gonna be one visual abnormality you're gonna notice because of my settings, and I was gonna fix it, and I already forgot. So we're just not gonna worry about that. We will just accept what the small oddity is going to be, and we're just gonna move on. As you may have noted by the playtime down there, I did play up to Chapter 4. That's what I did last night to decide whether I actually wanted to do this or not. And based on the fact that I was just kind of flying along and having a good time, yeah, we may as well do this. It is interesting that it's not showing ratings. Oh, that's the chapter challenge, though. That's why. Right. Yeah, and we will be continuing to play on Acolyte because that is what it lists as normal. It does feel easier than the normal difficulty for the previous version. And I don't know if that's because something was changed or if I've just stopped being as terrible. Could go either way on that one. As I mentioned in the Blue Sky post when I was chronicling my response to trying this out, I remembered what a block button is, which makes a very big difference. So that may very well have something to do with it. And it may just be that some of the edges have been smoothed in the new version, which would make sense considering when I was doing the Master Collection version of 1 versus Ninja Gaiden Black back on the original Xbox, there were some interesting differences there too. It's hard to explain all of that because they took bits and pieces and mixed them around in some of the various versions, and it's very confusing for one who's just kind of on the outside of all of that. But enough talk. Let's get this ball rolling. Sky City, Tokyo. Special Agent Sonia appears at the door of the tiny shop run by Master Swordsmith Muramasa amidst the skyscrapers of Tokyo. She inquires after the ninja Ryu Hayabusa, his whereabouts a mystery. She brings news of a terrible danger facing the world, bearing a message that must reach Hayabusa at any cost. As night falls, the evil Black Spider Ninja Clan emerges from the shadows to invest the streets of this unsuspecting city. They're kind of giving away what most of the cutscene here is going to be, but sure. Look at all of the nice cherry blossoms and water, and then all the heavy industry right next to it. Flying cars, spotlights everywhere. Oh yeah, and the massive drones just kind of flying around. I do really enjoy flyers like those, admittedly. With the giant propellers in interesting locations. Not the boxy one like that one. That one's boring. And there's the shop.
Let me get this straight.
Let me see here.
You don't have a clue where I can find Ryu Hayabusa?
No one knows where a ninja goes.
Isn't that the point of a
If he
ninja?
isn't at the Hayabusa village, he could be halfway around the world. Sonia, was it? Do you have business with Ryu?
I do.
And what might that be?
All I'll say is that it concerns the Archfiend.
Oh, the Archfiend.
Rats. Why does it have to be rats? Don't worry, he'll get it. Well, he got it, just not the rat. Well, that was short-lived, huh? You got two of them, at least. Probably shouldn't be running in a straight line, and that's why. Well, remember, kids, serpentine, serpentine. Well, guess that's over for her. Weird claw design, though, the way it just kind of freely moves, and he's dead. So's he. Real shame for both of them. Now, the camera work here is confusing, because there's not a railing behind the original third guy, and yet somehow there's a railing behind that one. They switched where they were, which is weird. Well, this seems like it's not gonna go well. You know, we could be doing something right now, you know?
More, you Hayabusa.
Instead of just kind of trying to push them away like they're raptors. Well, guess it's time for me to do things. Yes, attack the boxes, Ryu. That's exactly what I want you to do. There we go, one down. Two down. Oh, I guess I got the other ones in the crossfire. Fair enough. The ultimate technique tends to do that. Oh, this the old man's alive.
Oh, why, if it isn't Ryu.
Oh, to be as unbothered as he is.
Black spider plan.
Indeed they were. We haven't heard from them in a while.
Who was the woman?
You don't know her? Neither do I.
Guess we won't either.
You couldn't save her? She was looking for you. She said it was about the Archfiend.
You know, big scary Rar. Yeah, that thing. The bad one. Big problem. But guess we got a rescue operation to pull off, huh? Kinda like I just pulled that guy's leg off. He didn't need that, right? Hopefully I've got the audio balanced well enough, because as you might imagine, sound effects are gonna go a little wild in this game, so they should be low enough to be okay, but you know, business as usual there. And shocking statement, there might be some blood involved in this game. So, you know, if you can't handle that, you might not want to watch this one. Get myself a healing herb. I don't know where everything is, so I'm not going to be grabbing every item, every health extension, everything. We're just going to make the best of things as we go. Way to hit your own guy there, buddy. And I will be using the ultimate technique extensively because it just makes my life significantly easier. These statues, for those that don't know, those are your healing and save points. You're going to want to touch those every time you see them. They will make your life a lot easier. There we go. He didn't need that head anymore. He clearly made a bad decision coming here. He definitely wasn't using it properly. So, no, there's nothing else over here, I don't think. Just gonna run around painting the town red while we go find where the lady got taken to. They expected me to take more damage than I did there. The ultimate technique is bullshit, and I'm gonna keep using it. Do 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 do. There we go. Let him clean off the sword. There we go. It'll give you tutorials like this along the way. For the most part, it'll cover the thing you need to be doing at the time. As you see there, you already saw me do the wall run. I just did it short because I wanted to make sure people saw all the tutorial bits along the way. The way you actually want to do it is over on this side. You can make it on the other end, but it's easier on that side. This is your coup de grace technique, basically. It's termed obliteration, but it is just the simple nature things. There's your dodge. I could sit there and go through the whole text of all that, but honestly, it tells you exactly what you need to know about it. Great camera angle for that, by the way. And that's why you kill off the ones that are wounded, because they will self-destruct attack on you, and it's upsetting. That's why the obliteration technique's important. Unfortunately, I have a bad habit of missing some of them because I'm trying to do something else, so I get caught by those a lot. There's our first health extension, which will be very important to us. I can definitely make that. There we go. These crystal skulls are good to have. They're hidden throughout every stage, and if you get enough of them, Murmus will give you a discount. Quite handy, because things get expensive. What, you thought you were gonna be able to grab that item for free? Nah, that's not how this ever works. I should stop being greedy and try and use the ultimate technique fresh off the ground. Like, I disagree. I was mashing the obliterate technique on him, but I kept getting interrupted, I think. So, you know, this is going well. Still going better than it is for them, though. You know, judging from the pieces of them everywhere. Another herb. I'm not going to heal yet, because we should be okay, and I'm pretty sure there's another healing box somewhere near here. But as you can see, things can very radically turn against you if you're not careful. Is we had most of our health before all hell broke loose. Also, when you're done with an area, it heals you anyway. Up to your red health. The red health being permanent unless you actually get a healing item or healing orb. Heart of the Inferno, our first magic. Just chuck a big old fireball at your problems. That's what our 3 charges of ki are for. Oh, you went for a grab. I thought his arm was still there. Turns out he lost that arm, and that's why he did the jump attack. Well, that's on me. There's your red energy to recharge your magic, if you had chosen to use it. You can't give me an opportunity like that and not expect me to use it, game. Actually, no, I think there's something down there. And nope, this one was a lie. Never mind. No, Ryu, on the wall, please. Thank you. They didn't teach us about that yet, but that's a thing you can do, is just kind of wall jump infinitely as long as you time it well. And, you know, you can wall run to where you need to go as long as you do a better job than I do. I frequently jump on these just slightly too early and fall, so just kind of get used to that after a bit. Their stars won't stop you from doing the ultimate technique, but their melee attacks will. And I was too late for that energy, because for those who haven't played one of these, the yellow essence, and even the blue and red essence you can sometimes get from the enemies, will allow you to charge that charge attack you see me doing a lot quicker. You get a level of charge of it for each essence that's in the air, as long as you actually get a hold of it before somebody interrupts you. Oh, you bastards with your grab attacks! Pain, misery, whoa! I was doing so much better last night, but then again, talking and attacking at the same time has the tendency to not work out, huh? Also got an amount of rust to be shaking off regardless of having played for a bit last night. Yeah, that's the technique I was just using with the wall jumps. The flying bird. But what bird needs to hit the wall every time? Who knows? And you can delay those. Apparently I delayed one the wrong way. Bye, idiots. You all have fun being down in the hole. Wow, you guys are fast about that, huh? No, kill that guy. And this guy just has a really bad day because he happened to be the last one alive. Now, there's an extra reason to be doing those ultimate techniques. You get more essence out of enemies if you kill them with it. I believe the increase is higher with each level of charge, but I'm not sure about that. So, if it seems excessive that I'm doing that so much, it's part because it makes it easier and part because we're gonna need all the money we can get if we want to upgrade our weapons. Which I do, because it will make my life significantly easier if I can get some weapon upgrades. And spoiler alert, yes, there are other weapons. We will be getting them later. And get used to Ryu being covered in blood, because that's his life. Kind of like the life of anybody looking for him is usually getting either taken or killed. That's just how those situations play out. You just kind of get used to it after a while. Basically, he's in that hero category of associating with him tends to suck because bad things keep happening. He also does a very bad job of protecting them 90% of the time, I'm not gonna lie. If y'all are gonna take your time running over here, I'm gonna go ahead and take my time charging and then miss. Go me. I judged the distance just slightly wrong. That's fine. Take care of that. I could have gotten that guy that was shooting up there, but I don't care enough. I believe there's something worthwhile down here. You also fall down here if you miss the other jump anyway. Healing items. I believe we get jumped if we go this way. Yep, there they are. Thanks for volunteering for death, buddy. Your generous contribution will be remembered. Probably longer than your own life was, because you really weren't here for long. Give me the goodie. Need a bunch of those to get an actual life extension out of them. We are probably not seeing that life extension anytime soon. And back up the ladder we go. Thankfully, he actually climbs like he's got a purpose in climbing, rather than some characters who take forever doing it. There we go. Here comes some more. I appreciate that they actually show them, like, doing flips and things to get here, much the same way you would as a player, rather than just kind of appearing. It's always nice when they actually have to do the same things you do. It's a nice little bit of character, you know? This is a move that's very good to use, and I very frequently don't use it. Just gonna point that one out right now, because I frequently forget that it's even an option, if I'm honest. It's a very good way to instant kill basic enemies. Now, there is a catch, of course, as there always is. I believe you don't get as much out of that kill. Like, obviously, you wouldn't get the same as if you used the ultimate technique, for example. I don't think it's less than a normal kill. You just, you know, you're not getting the biggest bang for your buck. Not that I'm frequently getting the biggest bang for my buck when I'm getting my teeth kicked in either, but you get the point. As you can see, that sorcerer lived through it. But that's because they're stronger than the average trooper, so... Clean up after myself. But there's another example of the flying swallow being really strong. Just ripping that guy in half. Let's see about clearing this guy out. Nice and easy. We can throw our own stars, but I'm very rarely going to remember to use those because they don't do a lot on their own. They're great for interrupting sorcerers and things like that. So if you remember to use them, highly recommended throw them at the magic users so they don't cause you too many problems casting their magic at you. Oh look, a statue with a neat stick. I'm going to take that. That looks like a thing I want. Yoink. So it weirdly shrinks when we take it. So that's a thing. But now we have the Lunar Staff, a staff said to harbor the mysterious powers of the moon. Who knew? And that's our second weapon, and one of my personal favorites. Both because I like staves, and it's actually pretty effective. It's also really good at crowd control, as you might expect from a weapon this size. And there's where it actually teaches you to use the ultimate technique, and as you can see there, that's where it tells you about absorbing the essence to charge faster. It doesn't mention the value increase until later. As you can see though, it's not as good at separating limbs from bodies immediately. But if you want a higher hit count, this is better than the sword. Because of things like the spins and all of that. It's also just really mean. Like, if you want a weapon to bully your enemies with, this one's a pretty good choice for that. Notebook obliteration technique. Why, I ask you, why? Why am I incapable of finishing off my enemies? The other apprentices lop off heads left and right, but what about me? When an opponent lies before me, blood spurting from open mortal wounds, begging for the mercy of my blade, I stand there like a practice dummy. I can't bring myself to use the obliteration technique. Now that I think of it, my life has been full of tragedy. I saw far too much of in the blood-drenched days of my youth. I must have suffered some mental trauma, causing my mind to flee from violence deep into its subconscious shelter. No, wake up! Obliterate! You must obliterate! Open your eyes and obliterate, damn it! Zenimaru. The game not so subtly reminding you, hey, use the technique. It's a good idea. Okay, there we go. I thought this was further along, but there's your tutorial on the improved ultimate technique, basically. Any enemies hit with the attack will drop more essence than usual is the important part. And the fact that you can chain them is very useful. I've never been good at chaining them, even with the essence available, because my timing's just bad. And I just acknowledge that about myself, and just do what I do. Nah, no magic. Only the power of stink to your face. Now, there are weapons that are definitely better against some enemies than against others. That's just fact. You're gonna find that I'm gonna frequently just use the staff for, like, everything. Now, if I know of what the right weapon is, I will say it. I will probably not use it, but I will say it. And if I start having trouble, obviously, I will start actually using the right tool for the job. Give me the goodies. Yeah, yellow essence, as it says there, is spent at the shop, which, as you might have imagined, is exactly what I was talking about before. Now, you might be wondering, well, how do you get back to Muramasa's shop? There's a trick to that. We'll get to that when we get to that, as we should be getting to that idea soon. And, of course, you know, the classic paper wall ambush. Ah, I did it wrong. Yeah! So, yeah, there you go. You can Azuna drop people even before the game teaches you about it. And the Azuna drop is just very funny. And there's the shop. You just use the statues and somehow Muramasa does the thing. I think it's explained more in the first one. I don't really remember. But you see why I need so much essence now. Each weapon upgrade takes 10,000, and then the upgrade after that takes 20,000. You can also buy healing items and other goodies over here. Oh, it's carrying over the crystal skulls from my other file. Which doesn't make sense, because I have a duplicate and my number went up. Weird. But yeah, that's explaining the fact that you get the discount for bringing in extra crystal skulls, which you'll notice even with 6 of them, it's 0%. You need to bring a lot of them before you start getting a discount. But there's all of your healing items, your key restoration, and most importantly, here on normal difficulty, we start with 1, but 20,000 will get you an extra life. Now, you might be wondering, does this game have a life system? It doesn't technically. This is the only way to have an extra life. This will bring you back to life automatically once. And then it breaks and you gotta spend another 20,000. Alternatively, you have to go back to the last checkpoint you touched. Checkpoints being the dragon statues as mentioned before. But we're gonna go ahead and upgrade the lunar staff because I like it. And now it's even spikier, which design-wise, I don't personally care for that aspect of it. I think the spikes are a little stupid, but, you know, I still like the weapon. Just clear the bats. Notebook Shadowless Footsteps. My master tells me the technique of Shadowless Footsteps is a basic ninja maneuver. He says it is the very spirit of the ninja to traverse where no path can be seen. In that case, I must be lacking in ninja spirit, because I'm completely incapable of performing this simple technique. I slide down the wall or I slam my forehead against its surface. Either way, I look like an idiot. If it weren't for my metal headpiece, I'd have cracked my skull open by now. What honor can be had by a ninja as clumsy as I? When my comrades reach a valley, I slow them down. When up against a castle wall, they must carry me over. They say that in life one must learn to rise above obstacles. I'd rather knock all these walls down. I never want to see another wall as long as I live. Hakagio. So yeah. Yeah, why don't you guys come down here with me? And that was why this was a bad idea for them. But there was an item down here, so I was going down here anyway. Now, the game does encourage you to actually use your healing items for one simple reason. See that 3 herbs I'm carrying? That's all the herbs you can carry, if I remember right. Basically, most of your healing items only stack up to like 3. So you're not really encouraged to hoard them. But early on in the game, especially here on normal, you are going to have plenty of them. So it's a thing. Now this might seem like a really bad idea, but remember, we are a ninja. Whee! Fall damage isn't a thing. Let's go grab the thing that's over here first. I think there's something over here. Nope. This isn't the hallway where there's a thing at the end of it. There are lots of hallways that have things at the end of them. This is just not one of them. Oh yeah, this is your dodge counter, basically. The only real difference between this and your regular dodge is you can do this while blocking an attack that's already making contact. Is, as you can see, it basically works the same as the other dodge. I keep timing those counters wrong. Because you can actually parry in this game as well. I'm very bad at it. Because it's kind of hard to keep track of everything that's going on. There's the AoE damage of the Azuna drop coming into play for us. And that guy just having a really bad day. Anyway, that happened. Moving right along. Into the plot once again. Really big building. And what do we do about big buildings? I mean, I guess I could just use the front door. But why would I do that? When I can just kind of do something else. Like, just be up here. How'd he get here? Ninja. If you have other questions about how, well, don't, because they're not going to get them answered. And there's an interrogation happening, sort of. If you can count vaguely waving a hand in front of someone's face as interrogating them, because that definitely did not look like it made contact. Ta-da! Breaking and entering. See, now they're actually justified in attacking us here, considering we kind of broke in. Out in the open, that was kind of fair play for us to be killing them. Here, it's a little bit more legally sketch, but it's a good thing that nobody will ever find out we were here. Because no one will be alive to tell anyone about it at the end of the day. Oh, that was an interesting stutter. That didn't happen before. But yeah, if you go down to the bottom of the stairs, you find another mushroom, which we definitely want. We won't be wanting them anytime quick, because if it goes the same way it did before, I won't need them till later, but based on the way I'm playing today, maybe I'll end up using them earlier. Die. Those really nasty spins you see me doing, that's just your basic heavy attack. Literally, you just press Y once and you just engage blender mode. It's really fun. Now, I am a little too much of a button masher to do combos well. So if you're expecting to see a wide variety of attacks coming out, just give up on that idea now, because it's not going to happen. I'm a little too twitchy with how I hit the buttons to get things consistently. The most you're going to see happen often is I'm going to pull a few Azuna drops here and there just because I like that technique too much to not do it. So I've actually convinced my hands to play ball on that one. A lot of other things are just a little too particular. Notebook, flying bird. Brother, heed my cries. No matter how I try, I am unable to perform the flying bird flip. Despite all the training you've given me, dear brother, I remain inept. You've explained flying bird is nothing but a series of jumps. 1, 2, 3. Yet the technique that comes naturally to you feels to me like the unscalable peak of Mount Midoriyama. I train relentlessly, driven by a singular goal, to one day be as light-footed as you, dear brother. I keep telling myself that it is a matter of practice, that I must adhere to your wise instruction. Promise that you will train with me again when I return home. I'll see you soon. Love, your little brother, Mogura. Yeah, that didn't work out very well. We just go in here, climb the elevator. Because, you know, who needs to use an elevator when you can just kind of bounce up the walls, right? So them turning the elevator off really doesn't do anything to us. Now, despite the fact that the Lunar Staff is my favorite weapon, I will use every weapon we come across, at least when we first get it. And whether it gets used after that will depend on how I feel about the weapon, basically, from there. But they do all have unique animations for things like the obliteration technique, the ultimate technique, and all of that. And there's another shop, and some better healing items. We don't have enough to upgrade the sword. Because I am going to keep the sword in parity with the staff, because the sword in particular is kind of important against some things. It's just way better at dealing with certain enemies. That's one of the few ones I actually prioritize keeping on hand. And, you know, it is his particular sword, so it's only right to keep that one in parity with whatever else you're using. Now, there's one catch to doing things like the Azuna drop, which require you having them in the air, by the way. If they die before you finish the combo, they will just drop out of the air and you won't be able to grab them for it. Knock knock, anybody home? Oh. I think I'm late to the party. Yep. Chair's knocked over, everybody's gone. Gee, I wonder where they went. Could it be over there where the flying machine is taking off? Nah, that'd be crazy talk. Gonna go check anyway. Oh no, one guy is standing between me and the flying machine.
You shall not pass.
Oh, weird. Yeah, you got something on your face there, buddy. Or you're a spider. Huh. Guess that's why you're the Spider Clan, huh?
I am Shadow Ninja Rasetsu.
Good for you.
And you will not leave here alive.
Well, you're partially right about that. One of us isn't leaving here alive. Get bullied. Now he's gonna take his time walking over. Gets ultimate technique again. As you might gather, this fight's not really that big an issue. And he's dead. Yeah, not really that big a problem.
You're coming with us. Stop struggling.
You know, we could just throw like one blade right now. Just hit her in the hand. She'd let her go. Or we could, you know, do anything other than just run vaguely in that direction. No? No? Oh, now you figured it out. Okay. There you go. Why does your accuracy suddenly just become terrible the second a cutscene starts, Ryu? Well, I guess we're getting what we wanted. You know, as long as he catches her. Doesn't look so good right now. Ah, there he goes.
You can
It's fine.
have her, Ryu Hayabusa. She's just a tool of the CIA. You bought us the time we needed.
That doesn't sound good. It's probably fine.
Ryu, I finally found you.
You didn't do a very good job of it
What does the CIA want with me?
this time.
We have a serious problem. The Fiends are trying to resurrect the Archfiend. We can't let that happen.
I see the agency's broadened its horizons.
Ryu, they're heading for the Hayabusa village. They're after the demon statue.
This could have been an email.
Your clan is in danger.
Shocking. Is it Tuesday again already? The clan gets attacked like every other time, I swear. If not every time. Yeah, there's the save from when I was practicing things out and finding out whether I wanted to do this last night. We'll just go ahead and get rid of that. Chapter 2, The Castle of the Dragon. The shadow of the Black Spider clan reaches Hayabusa village. They hunt for the demon statue, the key to resurrecting the Archfiend. Only Joe Hayabusa, his body still mending from his last battle, stands between them. Genshin, leader of the Black Spider Ninja clan, faces his longtime rival in a fateful duel. As the Castle of the Dragon burns, the otherworldly Elizabeth smiles coldly. The seal binding the demon statue is broken. Here's your synopsis of everything that's literally about to happen. Yep, it's on fire. Doesn't look good. There's Joe.
Genshin. Why am I not surprised?
Nor should you be, really.
How the vaunted dragon ninja bloodline has withered, Joe Hayabusa.
Look at him with his fancy eye.
The race of the evil way has consumed you.
Evil. The ninja way knows neither good nor evil.
Now, he's actually right about that.
Corruption of the soul is a fate that befalls the weak.
Enough talk. The ties that bind our clans are severed tonight.
Where do I get an electrified sword?
Blood stains on my blade.
Genshin, you fool.
Meanwhile, over here, tardy to the party as usual. Well, guess we gotta go fix everything, huh? Out of the way, birds. Notebook Flying Swallow. The Flying Swallow? That's exactly the sort of thing I need. Fast as an eagle, sharp as a knife, explosive power that makes your head spin. Today I begin my daily training regimen. 1,000 leaps high into the air, followed by 1,000 slices with my sword. One day I will be able to combine the two. Dive and slash. I'll be unstoppable. Tori no Shin. Meanwhile, these guys are here. And then they left. Violently. You know, I guess it's only fair, though. We broke into their place, now they break into our place. So we kind of set less fires than they did. And really, I can only say that that's a failure on my part. I could have set more fires. Alright, I can't shop until all the attack dogs are gone. There we go. Once the lantern's lit, you know you can shop. And we still don't quite have enough, so never mind. Oh no, an ambush. What a shame for the guys ambushing me. Nope. Wrong order. It's very easy to hit one too many inputs for the Azuna drop as well, because it's like X, Y, X, 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 Y. And I count it wrong like half the time. Because as you probably can hear by my input, my fingers are flying fast. I don't really do the slow measured input idea. That's just not how I do, as I talked about before. Notebook Reverse Wind. I am incompetent. I am a failure. My master taught me the secret technique of reverse wind, yet I am unworthy of his tutelage. I understand that I must first adopt a blocking stance, but then how am I to make my feet step so quickly in another direction? I always end up face down, my legs entangled, my chest aching after a belly flop onto the hard ground. There must be something else, something greater than reversed wind that I'm destined to master. After all, I am meant for artistic pursuits, perhaps even sorcery. I must follow my destiny. Senyoto. Well, you know, good outlook to have. Wow, I suck at this technique. There must be something else I'm good at. Rather than just, wow, I just suck at everything. And remember, not everybody's meant to be good at everything, so you just gotta find the thing you're actually good at. And if you suck at the thing you're trying to do. And sometimes you can stubborn your way through to being good at the thing you're bad at, but that varies a bit. What do you got? Yeah, see, now I can't carry any more healing items, and I'm not missing enough health to bother picking that up at the moment. I could easily turn around for that if I feel the need. There's not really that many point of no returns completely in this game, at least not for a while. And, you know, just casually ignore the fact that this is water and just start running across it. Ow. Sir, that was rude. Thankfully, he gives me healing to replace the damage he did. Oh wait, I should go in the water, though. There is something underwater here. Ignore the explosions, everything's fine. Thankfully, as part of being a ninja, I don't need to worry about breathing. Don't ask how that exactly works, it's fine. I thought this was where the crystal skull was under the water. Well, in one of these pools, there's a crystal skull. Exactly. Hey, Lucidia. And hopefully you're doing well today. Welcome to me just messing about. Air is for those who bother breathing. So far, so good. Ah, there we go. There's the tutorial on counterattacking that I will continue not to really make use of. Case in point of me timing every parry there wrong. Okay, he did die from that. The archers really do not live long. Oh yeah, no, this game gets very messy. That's pretty much half of why this game gets the mature content tag that it has, is everybody has a cartoonish amount of blood in them that just kind of flies everywhere on contact. It's a little excessive. Which is also why in earlier versions, it actually got censored in some cases down. I believe the Sigma versions all had reduced to no blood by comparison. Exactly. Notebook Ultimate Guidance. I'm no good at the technique of Ultimate Guidance. I'm probably the worst in the clan. When I see essence near me, I grab the hilt of my sword, close my eyes, and focus my ki energy. The essence doesn't budge. Instead, I end up getting kicked in the face. In the thick of battle, I've never once pulled off a true ultimate technique. Sure, I've made it to the first level of charge, but I've never seen the second or third levels. Masters of Ultimate Guidance absorb the essence created by the first ultimate technique. It's amazing how they create a wave of attack energy that repeats again and again, growing stronger every time. I, on the other hand, am only a master of getting kicked in the face. Oshi no Jio. I can relate to being a master of getting kicked in the face. Happens to me a lot in this game. And now we get our next weapon, the Falcon Talons. Which, as I said, I'll show these off, but it's interesting with this one, and I'll explain more in a second when these guys aren't here to fight. Well, nah, these guys aren't gonna be enough of a threat to interrupt the thought process. I used to really enjoy these weapons. They were one of my favorites. But at some point, my feelings on that changed. Because these are another series staple weapon as far as the 3D games go. But I just don't like these anymore. And I don't know if it's something with 2, or if it's just me as a player just having different feelings on things now. Because, you know, your opinions on things will change over time. And they're not bad, just something about them just doesn't hit right anymore. They're really cool design-wise. Like, I appreciate the fact that there's actually, like, foot blades to this, so you can actually use your feet equally to your claw arms. Just, like, the way they are used, just, I think is what I just don't care for. Yeah, I know, game. Defense is important. It's almost like I'm getting my ass kicked and I know it or something. In fact, here, where is... No, I couldn't find the caster, but that guy burns instead. This guy's the real problem. And no amount of blocking is gonna stop him hitting you with fire. Get back here, you. No, not him. There we go. No, none of that. No magic for you, sir. There we go. That's how you stop people casting magic, right? You just rip their head off. Usually works. There we go. There's where it teaches you about the Azuna drop that I was already using. As you can see, the input is slightly different depending on the weapon you're using. It only covers these weapons that you have currently, but just about every weapon has a variation on the Azuna drop in it. I mean, technically what you said is correct, and I understand... Yeah, I understood what you were intending to say with that. It just was very funny for a second there. But I also feel that as far as the brain broke goes, I've already stumbled over multiple words today, and we're only an hour in. So that bodes well for how this is gonna go for the English language. That's fine. I can speak with actions just fine. Well, you gonna shoot? Okay. I really expected him to shoot even though I was blocking. Huh. There we go, full health again. And onwards. And this is why I didn't bother using any healing items, because they really do provide a decent amount of healing in these earlier stages. Don't expect that to stay true later on, because it won't. Ah, yes, their vision's based on movement. I forgot I was dealing with T-Rex archers. Oh, right, these towers had nothing in it but enemies. That's fine. It's really impressive just how quickly they took this whole area over. Though, I presume the attack happened before the lady in the helicopter made it over here. Because she certainly wouldn't be on the front lines of this whole situation, since she seems to be in charge of at least some of this. And a lot of the time, evil leaders don't lead from the front. There we go. Now we can actually upgrade another weapon, and it's not going to be the talons. We'll go ahead and get the sword upgraded. There we go. Level 2 sword and level 2 staff makes me pretty happy. And then onwards this way. Which, speaking of, since we went ahead and upgraded it, we'll go and use the sword again for a little while. As we sneak through the secret tunnels. Trying to get to the castle as fast as possible, considering, you know, it's a little bit on fire. I say fast as possible and then immediately chuck myself down the hole. But, you know. Gotta keep them guessing. Never let them know your next move. No, nobody to hit with that, huh? What a mess. Somebody's gonna have to clean this all up after we're done. Notebook, counterattack. I am incapable of performing the counterattack. I understand that its hidden power, unleashed when the enemy least expects it, makes the counterattack one of the most valuable techniques there is. Its execution, however, continues to elude me. I react too quickly. I lack the patience to wait for my enemy to strike. Did I write this? It really feels like I wrote this. My fellow ninjas say that the counterattack is easy. A mere flash of the blade after you see your enemy's weapon bounce back from your blade. Yet the more I concentrate on timing, the more I fall victim to the bite of my enemy's attack. Appreciate the follow. Skilled ninja counter opponents as easily as they breathe in and out. They react on reflex, moving not by thought but by instinct. My master even tells the young apprentice ninja, begin with something easy, like the counterattack. I must persevere, I will not give up so easily. Inoshishi. Most relatable ninja there is. Sucks at the counterattack, just like I do. Which, that is a detail that they give you there, though, that is important if you are having trouble with the counterattack, is it is meant to be after they make contact, not like parries and a lot of other things where it's right as they make contact. It's technically like the frame right after, I think. Which that might be part of what messes me up for that, is not that I'm even good at parrying in anything, but everything else having a different timing to it does not help. Whoop. They are hiding in the murder holes. All good, but hopefully you have a good day, and I appreciate you popping in. Now we can throw people, which the guillotine throw is a lot of fun. Where is the other goodies? Because I know there's another hidden thing somewhere around here, but I think it's further up. Okay, you know what? I felt bad about chopping up the dog up until it took about half my health. Then my morals on the situation changed. Survival kind of takes precedence. Sir, cease. Ow, 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 ow. As you can see, things are not going great at the moment. This is what I get for trying to practice counterattacking. It's very rarely a good idea for me. It worked that time, though. Whenever you see me do the, like, teleport slash without jumping, that's when you know the counterattack worked. Okay, that was a bit messy. And I think the healing after every fight either is unique to this version or is something that was added in 2 and onward, because I'm 90% sure you did not heal even the white section of your health bar in the earlier versions or the original Ninja Gaiden Black. But that could be my memory lying to me, or it's something on a higher difficulty. Notebook Ultimate Technique. If I were a master of the Ultimate Technique, I would easily defeat that pest, the Dragon Ninja. If only it were so easy, you see. I am inept. I cannot perform the Ultimate Technique. I am numb to the waves of energy that surge in the wind. I don't even know where to begin. All I can do is look from afar as Master Genshin unleashes an explosive flurry of attacks. What an amazing display of concentration. He pauses even in the midst of intense combat and focuses all of his energy into his weapon. But I'm just a coward, too frightened to let my guard down for an instant. First, I must find courage. Then it is simply a matter of kill or be killed. If my destiny lies in the pit of the underworld, so be it. Sunkichi. So, yeah, I think their destiny lies in the pit of the underworld, as it turns out. Shame for them, really. But that's just how it be. Some are destined for greatness, some are destined for death. At the end of the day, they just did their best, and it is what it is. Finish that one off before he causes any surprise issues. Okay, good. We cleared that better this time. There we go. Now, fun fact, down there is actually where we were before. You can, in fact, fall off of here, and you can also knock the enemies off of here. And then you have to come back up here, or wait for them to come back up, depending on which one happens. So, you know, that's a thing. Meanwhile, we're going down here. Whee! Look, a bow. It's mine now. And to think, Ryu had all of these things before, and yet every time he puts them all away, doesn't bring them with him anywhere he goes, even though he runs into problems everywhere he goes. Just only ever brings the sword. But you know, I get it. That's his thing, is he uses that sword. But he could just keep all of these other good toys with him. And make his life so much simpler. Oh yeah, by the way, you know that whole spider ninja thing? Yeah, we're gonna do that again. But don't worry, it's not the same guy. It's another one that can do that. And he's a better one. Or at least this time he's doing a better job. I definitely disposed of this one just as easily as the other one when I did this in testing. I'm just doing a much worse job of catching him out this time. Though I did use the staff both times before. No, you are not killing me. No, not allowed. You are not wasting my amulet of resurrection. As it stands, I'm upset enough that you keep grabbing me over and over again. I didn't even know they had a grab attack. They literally didn't use it last time. But I think it's a behavior thing, like they're using it as a counter to what I'm doing. God, I'm just fucking this up left and right this time. It's embarrassing. No. No, no, no. Ow, that is my head. Yes, that, ow, that's my spine, my spleen, my yes, ow. Could you... Okay, you know what? Here, this is for you. Now knock it off. Okay, that was horrific, but we got through it. Reminds me why I use the staff against those guys, because the little bit of extra reach does go a long way. Meanwhile, things aren't going so well upstairs.
And thus the sun sets on the Dragon Ninja bloodline.
She's doing so much to participate in this situation. at least it's a nice clean cut. It should be easy to glue that back together. Still easy to glue back together.
Damn you.
Da-na-na-na.
Statue is ours. This statue is the talisman of Mount Fuji.
Now the sacred peak erupts.
The gates of the underworld are opened.
The fiends are unleashed.
That doesn't seem good. Yep, that's very much not good. Guess we should do something about that, huh? That seems like it's just getting worse the longer we take about getting this whole situation resolved. Yeah. Of course I can't carry any of the better healing item, and of course he's got one of those in his pocket. That's where we came from. I don't want to go upstairs yet. There we go. There's our full heal. I knew there was a healing box in here, and I could have just used the healing item that guy had. I freely acknowledge that, but I didn't really want to burn that even though I was going to pick one up. Yeah, the downside, by the way, to how easy the sword takes limbs off, by the way, is having to clean up after yourself sometimes, depending on how you're fighting. There's your save point, which is guarded by this jerk. Because, you know, of course, not even save points can be free. So on a higher difficulty, that probably is nasty. You'll be limping in there and he just drops on your head and kills you. One of these, there we go. All of the bow users will just take 2 shots from the bow to kill. And it does have snap targeting if you want to use that. And there we go. Up we go. I really do appreciate the mechanisms they got here. They're just neat. It's a little overcomplicated, but you know, if you're a long-running ninja clan, you may as well have a castle full of fancy mechanisms that most people are never going to see, because most people will never live to see that if they come in here, especially uninvited. You know, ignoring the fact that, like I said, this place kind of burns to the ground like every other time. Like, I want to say in the 3D series, it literally burns to the ground every game. Ow. Why is the obliteration technique not working on you? Die. This is going very poorly. Can't believe I'm making this much of a hash of it today. Well, no, that's a lie. I can absolutely believe I'm making this much of a hash of it. Anyway, going back for that other healing item now. Because apparently I'm doing a bad enough job that I'm going to need it. So, you know, just bear with me a moment. Walking back. That was over here. Thankfully, it's not a far walk. Yoink. Hindsight being 2020, it would have been a shorter walk if I just went back to the checkpoint and used that to heal instead of using the healing item. But I would have had to have not gotten into a bad... Oh yeah, you also only get 1 heal out of those statues. Right, so that wouldn't have worked anyway. Never mind. I did the right thing. That is something I ended up learning by playing... I believe it was actually this one on hard in the Master Collection version. Because boy was I having a much harder time, as you might imagine, on a higher difficulty. And not being able to reuse those statues became an issue. Ryu? Ryu, please. Thank you. Getting him to jump to specific spots can sometimes be an issue. Because for those that don't know, a lot of things kind of... I wouldn't say auto-aim in this game, and really in this series in general, but auto-aim is the closest statement I can make to what it does. It really tries to guide your hand a lot, which is a blessing and a curse. Now, would I say that it's necessary for the speed the game that tries to move at for it to guide your hand somewhat? Yeah, probably. For your average person, it probably needs to guide you along a little bit just to make sure you don't end up full swing and a miss out in the middle of nothingness all the time, which still happens even with the guidance. It just happens less. Oh, there's a Muramasa shop down here. I didn't actually go down here when I was running through this before. I could buy some herbs. And at the rate I'm playing today, it might not be the worst idea. I'll grab one. Just so I don't immediately start burning through the larger ones the second things start going awry. Because, fun fact, we're past the point where it is dropping those left and right as much. There's still going to be a decent amount of them, but the amount is going to immediately start dropping from this point forward. There's another one of the health extension pieces. And now cutscene. We're here! Wait, where's the old man? Oh. Still in the hole, huh?
Father!
As you can see, this place is holding up really well to the fire.
You must be Genshin.
And you must be Joe Hayabusa's little cub. It is said that a dragon ninja would die to protect the demon statue. You seem eager to fulfill your duty.
Are we gonna have to beat him up? We're gonna have to beat him up.
You must keep your word.
Him and his metal eye patch. I'm glad he at least didn't just get kicked in the chest immediately.
For generations of entities. The bloodline of the dragon ninja ends here.
You know, you probably could hold that sword better if you didn't have just a claw hand. Now, remember what the note said about this guy using the ultimate technique a lot. Oh my god, I actually got an Inazuna drop off on him. I am so happy with myself. Ow! Worth it. Don't care. I had so much trouble with this fight before, so managing to cut his health down so drastically with an Inazuna drop makes me so happy. And if you're wondering, no, I'm not gonna fight fair. Absolutely not. Because he doesn't fight fair. Yeah, use that, it should be okay. Or it's not. It's absolutely not. Should've just used one of these in the first place. I forgot he changes pattern part way through depending on how much damage you've done to him. Got him. Almost flubbed that. And then the old man steals the glory anyway.
Already dead.
Follow the woman. You must retrieve the statue.
Okay.
Go now.
And then somehow they just go back to the exact same loop they were in before. Even though they both should be way more tired by now, one having nearly fallen in a hole and the other having getting kicked around a room for a solid minute. The graceful Alexei, one of the four greater fiends, appears in the skies over New York, raining lightning upon the streets of the proud city. Ryu Hayabusa arrives in Manhattan in search of Elizabeth, who escaped from Hayabusa village with the demon statue. The fiends have already begun transforming New York into a fiend realm. Ryu's battle begins as the thunder and laughter of the greater fiend echo throughout the city. Can't help but notice they did not put a space there, but it's okay.
A glittering island. An exquisite city of stardust. Breathtaking. But you, my lady, must be so tired of the view.
Please don't flirt with the Statue of Liberty, it's a little weird.
How's that, my dear? Are you pleased?
Still weird.
Excellent. I know you've never lied to me.
You know, traffic was always a little bad around there, but now the air traffic's getting to be a problem too. Can't do anything there, I guess. Not sure what shooting one. You know what? That's one way to get down, I guess. If you just forget your glider, just turn random bat monster into a glider. There you go. Put it out of its misery. Get out of the trash. The fact that they have the crazy teleporting really makes you wonder what the deal with these wolves is. But either way, they're all dealt with. They're probably fiends considering they can teleport. There's a bunch of stuff scattered around in this little section here, so you want to make sure to check all of the paths, or you are going to miss things. There's the Vigorian Flail, the Vigor Empire being pretty important to the previous game. So I believe that was one of the earliest areas of that one. Bats. Now I do enjoy the Vigorian Flail still. They kind of take an interesting position between the nunchucks you might see and a hook and chain, pretty much. It's a really neat weapon. Definitely another one of my preferred choices. Even if it does tend to get me in trouble using it, because it... as much as I enjoy it, I have never been especially great with it. Thought there was another thing tucked in the area over here somewhere. There we go, just clear out the bats, collect the goodies. I'm reasonably confident there's another box somewhere, but I think we might have looped all the way around, so no. I think I'm remembering wrong. Yeah, we have looped, so that must be everything. Because we got... oh, right, no, we got the flail and we got the extra items, so no, that is everything, I think. Haha. The running attack is probably one of my favorite things about this, just kicking somebody in the face. think this is the box that was causing me to get confused. I thought this was in the other section, but it's actually in here. Ooh, I heard that. No. Important thing to note while it's on my mind, by the way. There's a decent chance we're gonna have to do something other than the finale of 7 Days tomorrow, because I want to make sure everybody's gonna be there for it, and it's currently looking like we're gonna have at least one absent tomorrow. So, bear that in mind. Those that are looking forward to that. As to the nature of what the filler is going to be, I have not decided yet, because I found this out right before I started the stream today, basically, that this was potentially going to be an issue. So, don't worry, something will be figured out. It's just going to be one of those things. These are all covered in blood. There we go. It's impressive how he just does one quick flick of the wrist and all the blood's gone. Pretty confident that's not how that works. Oh, right. Get used to this being a thing, by the way, little corners like this that you don't immediately see. They like to hide in doorways, or in this case, vertical jump sections in those. Because this does suffer from a decent amount of design choices of its era, even though it's been remade. Now, they're not, like, significant problems by any real means, but it is just a thing. Where if things like that would frustrate you, it's worth keeping that in mind and acknowledging, like, hey, that might annoy you. I forget exactly when Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3, as far as the 3D games, came out. I want to say 3 was early PS3, and actually no, 2 might have been early PS3 in such era as well. Because the only one I had really played at its actual time was the first one. I had ended up playing the others long after the fact. So I don't actually remember when exactly they came out, aside from obviously after that. So them being like PS3 era would make the most sense, because that is the era for consoles that I probably missed the most of. Like, I remember seeing announcements for them, but I don't remember ever actually touching them till the Master Collection in any real capacity. Like, I had figured out some emulation for a couple of them. I believe it was Razor's Edge specifically I had figured out at the time. And then the Master Collection literally came out not long after I'd figured that out. I'm like, well, guess that was a worthless endeavor. It was pretty funny, all things considered. I was just up there. Oh yeah, and for those that have absolutely no spatial awareness or just can't navigate at all, you can hold the right bumper and it'll tell you which direction you need to be going. Sometimes it's less useful than others, like it's showing us the floor there. But it's because it's trying to tell you that you need to be in this section over here. But it'll at least turn you in the correct direction. This game's usually not too bad about its navigation, but now and then I remember in the first one questioning very heavily which way they actually wanted me to go. So I wouldn't be shocked if there's going to be times in this one as well Now, ordinarily, I go in order as far as games go, and y'all know that. The main reason I'm just doing this one without having done the one before it is just mostly timing. Just capitalizing on the fact that this literally dropped randomly yesterday. So it actually is in my memory. Rather than immediately forgetting about it like I've done with so many other things that I intend to do. I've also actually beaten the first one, whereas I've not beaten this one before. And to put it bluntly, there's parts of the first one I don't want to have to ever repeat, so that's the thing. Just don't really want to go through those again. Like that's just the best way I have to explain that thought. Is there are some kind of meh bits of the first one, primarily at the end of the game, that I have zero positive memories of. The rest of the game is great. The ending section is just Like, it's very much, hope you're really good at the game and not good about not wasting any resources or you're gonna have a real bad time. And I'll give you a hint about what category I fall into as far as that goes. It's exactly how you've been seeing this play out so far, where resources are not been held on to too well. There's the Flaming Phoenix spell, which I probably won't use because I prefer the Fireball. And now things start getting worse. You know, just casual lightning strike, breaks open more of the ground and sets loose more bats. That's fine, right? That is the part that isn't fine. He's just a hungry boy, though. It's fine. You gonna share? No. No, you're not gonna share. Now is when we break out the serious weapons again, because these guys are pretty nasty. As you can see, they don't hold on to their limbs that much better than the ninjas do. But they are pretty strong. They've also got a really annoying grab attack that I'm hoping to avoid having to deal with. And I think I'm successful for the moment. Oh, nope, there's one more. And now there isn't. Okay. So yeah, you remember that whole statement about the fiends being loose that they made? Yeah, they weren't kidding. The fiends are up and about. They are free to go. The archfiend themselves are still under lock and key, but everything else is a problem. Just checking on something right quick. Oh, okay. I had just a mild concern that the encoder might have been getting overloaded because this is fairly demanding at times, but it looks like everything's fine because I've not seen any warnings, so I think we're good. Considering the occasional stutter we were getting, I got a little worried about that. Whee! Oh, I fucked up again. I was supposed to read that before I fell down, but it's fine. All I was gonna say is, wow, that's a big hole or something along those lines, so you didn't really miss anything important. But now, down in the sewers, we gotta deal with all kinds of nonsense again. God, these things do so much damage. It's easy to forget just how much damage they do every time they don't get to do damage. And then suddenly, wham, most of your health is gone. Dead end with nothing. I'm glad I did this section recently because there's actually a slight annoyance I had with this. There's also this neat thing here. This will actually permanently upgrade a spell. I'm gonna hang on to it for now, because I don't know what spell I want to use it on. But upgraded spells are very important. They are very, very strong. You're gonna want to upgrade your spells. There's some magic to encourage that behavior. That might seem like, wow, I don't know why you were having an issue with this section. Oh, this isn't the part that was a problem. So, sometimes you'll slip off of that and it will be annoying. This is the annoying part about that, is the fact you have to go all the way back to the ladder every time you fall off. So, you know, get used to seeing me trudging back to the ladder, upset that I fell off a ledge, because it'll be a thing. There's gonna be a bunch of ladders like this throughout the upcoming parts of this game that I will be walking back to on a decent amount of times. Because it is slightly hard to judge your depth perception. Why are you not running on that wall? Is it because of the water? Am I forgetting something? I think I'm forgetting something. Of course, I say having done this recently would help, and immediately it's not working as intended. Yeah, because you can't make that jump. You have to go this way. And as you can see, he runs just fine on this wall. So I think it is the water that's interfering with us running on that wall there. So there might be something I'm forgetting. Oh, actually, no. I think we can just... Yeah. No. That didn't work. I'm forgetting something, but what? Yeah, the ladder is what you're supposed to do. That's what I thought. Just making sure I'm not talking nonsense here. Yeah, because you're meant to go over there. And that involves going up, over, and around. That way. Like, I'm 90% sure I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm just fucking it up. No, now it's saying go back the other way. Or is it trying to tell me to go to the other side? Or what do you want? Ah, this is what I was forgetting. Random doorway that you can barely see. Remember what I was talking about before, where they hide some of the doors you need? Yeah. Yeah. The annoying thing is, last night I found that just fine. Today, I've run past it like 3 times. Rude. Knock it off. Ow. Off the wall, onto the pipe, onto the other wall, off the wall, down into the water. I actually had a reason for coming down here, though. Somewhere around here, there is a thing. I think it's in this room over here. There we go. Technique of unrivaled soaring. This teaches you about chain wall running, basically. Not something I actually need, but just showing off where things are. And it'll teach you how to do that correctly here. But there's also another grain of spiritual life down here. So if you're needing healing items and such, there's another place to get one. Ryu? I was indicating the wall. Why did you not run on the wall? Did you just want to take a swim? Honestly, understandable. It's probably really hot and nasty down here under the circumstances, but could you kindly follow directions? Would that be too much to ask? God damn you. What I should actually be doing, that I keep messing up with this, is you don't actually have to hit A when he hits the wall to start wall running again. And that's what I keep messing up. And it's something I will mess up with that very frequently. So just bear with me on sections like this. So I believe how this works is you let go. Yep, there we go. You have to be holding when you get to that, or he just bounces off of it immediately. Is it's like, oh, you wanted to jump? Okay, bouncing off the wall now, boss. Goodbye. And, you know, just resoundingly not effective. Much like their ambush, not effective. Is there anything down in that hole? No, that just leads back to where we were. It's just further along in that water section. The echoing for the water in here messes with me all the time. Because it sounds like there's somebody else walking around for just the, like, the millisecond after you stop. Yo, there's the grab attack I was talking about. Ow. Ow. That's my face. Ow. My spine. Yeah, they've also got a projectile, which is upsetting. Like, these things are just bad news all around. Highly recommend disposing of them very aggressively and fast. Just so you don't have to deal with their nonsense. What? For you, please. Now this is slightly annoying to get at. Because what you gotta do is actually climb across partially and then convince him to actually face the correct direction in order to swing. Ryu, follow directions. Thank you. But it's worth grabbing because it's a health extension. And it's still way easier than if you had to, like, actually do significant platforming to get here. And technically, you could do some shenanigans probably to get there a different way. That's just the way I know of to get to it. The easy, immediate way. One of these pools had a crystal skull at the bottom of it. But maybe I didn't actually grab that first crystal skull, even though I swear I did. And it's just keeping the rest of them collected that I had collected before. So I feel like I did miss one that I'd collected before as well. Which is gonna perpetually mess with me. Ryu, calm down. Thank you. If you're in the middle of him spinning around the pipes, he will not start climbing in the direction you need him to go until he stops spinning. Because otherwise it'll just take any input as, oh, you want me to keep going? Okay. Back. Ryu. I know you don't really care about what happens, but I need you to follow directions, buddy. Okay, so if I want to, I can upgrade the Vigorian Flail. At the rate I'm playing, I think I'm gonna hold off on doing that even though I like it, and just get the max version of the Lunar Staff first, so we have a good fallback. And there we go, we're back to a good position where we're maxed out on all of our healing, so that's good. This is the annoying bit here, with the fans. It took me a second to figure out what you actually are supposed to do. What you actually need to do is just shoot the fans. And that part isn't the problem. Though they, even when they're slowing down, they can get in the way a little bit. The actual problematic part is the last bit of this segment here. Which is somewhere around here, but I'm also trying to find all the loot, so just bear with me a second and we'll get to the annoying thing in a second. I thought one of these fans had an item behind them. Maybe it's over there and I'm just not seeing it. No, there's nothing there. Huh. Well, this is where we need to be at the moment anyway. Because you have to be on specific paths, otherwise you run into dead ends. That fan is the issue. Is there something special about this specific fan? I'm gonna shoot it. It explodes. You know, business as usual. Now, if we wait a little while, you'll find out what the problem is. It does take a little bit, but just give it a moment. I'm also curious to see if it'll do it while I'm looking at it. I haven't actually seen it happen. I just had it cause me problems. It's not gonna do it now, is it? It's gonna do the classic watch pot never boils thing. Where because I'm looking at it, it's not gonna do the thing. Maybe if I look away. No? Was it a bug? Was it bugging out that it was doing that to me before? Or am I just being too impatient? I'm incredibly suspicious. Now it's just not doing it. Huh. So the thing that was annoying me with this is this fan kept turning back on after I shot it. It did it like 3 times last night. So I would shoot from over there, and by the time I made my way around to here, it would be on again and it would smack me out of the air. And obviously the answer to that is just shoot it from here. But it didn't make sense to me that it kept turning back on. This one's lit up but never breaks, by the way, and I don't really know why. Oh, and this is the other problem, is Ryu loves to not grab that pipe that you need to grab in order to make the jump. So, you know, get used to that happening. Yeah, it must have been a bug that was reactivating, because it's just not doing it now. Well, fuck you too, game. Well, fuck you very much. I see how it is. That had literally reactivated, as I said, 3 times on me last night and just was the most annoying thing. Oh yeah, we need to dive and go under there, but let's go this way first. So I believe the diving path is the correct way. I think there might be something above somewhere in here. Let me check this again. No, you just can't break that one. Even though it's got the same blue light as the rest of them, I guess since it's not spinning, you can't break it. And now it looks like the only thing you would do by going up is going back where we were, so no, I think we're good. I had immediately swam downward and then had hindsight issues last time I was down here, which is why I felt compelled to look. Oh. Moving right along. Hope you like jumping. Whee! It's very easy to fall back down in this section as well, because the camera will not move from that spot until you get out of that corner. And getting out of that corner is the problem, is you'll either fall back down the hole or fall off the edge. Now what it wants you to do is go up to that box and then go back to the right. What happened to me the first time is I didn't notice that was actually a hole. I thought that was just a chunk out of the wall and not actually a hole properly. So I jumped up there and then tried to go further around, like, oh, maybe I used this pipe or something. Yeah, it was awkward. Because Ryu also won't touch this pipe. So, it's a thing. What I should have done was exactly what I'm doing now and looking around with the bow, instead of just jumping around hoping for the best. Because I would have then immediately noticed, oh hey, that's a tunnel. What do you know, stupid? Tunnels exist. We're gonna get jumped in here again. Just not yet. There they are. Dang dogs. It's amazing how differently this plays out if you just make your moves ever so slightly different. Because, like, I had no problems with the dog enemies, no problems with half of the regular enemies last night. I'm doing my inputs slightly differently now, and I'm just getting bodied by half of the things I had no problems with. It's very interesting just how radical a shift that can have. But you know, half of that's of course streamer curse, where you're playing and talking, so your ability to do things drastically drops. Because you're trying to make funny while also doing the thing. Oh yeah, thing to note by the way, notice how the lunar staff extends and shrinks. In combat mode, extend. Put on the back, it shrinks just a little. Not a lot, but just a little. I noticed that when I was playing last night, and I never realized that before. That it just has, like, ever so slight an extension. That's the way I need to be going, I think. I think the jumping path back over here might lead to something. It might also just be the way back to where we came from. No, this is just back where we came from. Okay. I was kind of hoping there might be a hidden goodie there, but of course that isn't the case. Meanwhile, back in the dark tunnels, the technique of the invisible path, which is just the same wall-running thing we were just taught, except it's jump off the wall and go to an opposite wall instead of 90-degree turns. It's really nothing too remarkable about it, is it controls exactly the same. We only gained another 1,000, so we can't afford the second staff upgrade yet. Of course, his essence took so long to pop out of his body. There we go. That's kind of the issue with, like, chaining ultimate techniques sometimes, is the body takes a while to release its spirit. So technically, you're probably supposed to keep fighting and then grab it later. But I'm impatient, and sometimes that comes back to bite me. Shocking, I know. Meanwhile, down another subway tunnel. More men get their faces smashed in with a staff. Really is brutal how they just get slammed into a wall. You know, alongside the fact that they get ripped into literal pieces. Whee! I said wee. Yeah, you actually need to wall run on there, but for some reason I thought there was a hole here as well, but there isn't. So I just looked a little foolish, but that's fine. Looking foolish has kind of been the whole thing I'm doing here today, so. Oh, there we go. For some reason I thought you broke those doors down, but you actually just go out the side. Doop 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 doop. More demons. There we go. That's the ideal counter probably to the jump grab that they do, is catching them right before they hit you with it. And then just tearing them apart with the ultimate technique. But I have never succeeded in that timing until now. And I'm pretty sure you can't Azuna drop one of these things, just in case people are wondering, why must you keep chain grabbing me? Why is that a thing the AI is doing today? Okay, you know what? Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Is it any wonder I don't like these fiends when they just do things like that to me? Just, hey, what if I grab and blast you? And then I grab and blast you. And then grab and blast you. Now it's time for a boss fight that I'm still not entirely sure how you're supposed to do correctly. This is where I spent all of my healing before I stopped playing for the day, last night. Because you can do some decent damage to it with the bow, or just right away. It summons a bunch of little things that explode. You can also just shoot them down or just generally kill them. But as you can see, just chipping it to pieces with the bow works for the most part. Now you might be wondering, how did you end up spending so many healing items on this thing? Wait till we get almost to its death and it'll probably show the truth about how it works. Or we might get lucky, and I would be absolutely fine with getting lucky. Oh wow, we're actually just gonna really get lucky here. Okay, that's fine. So one of the things it can do is shoot a giant energy version of its face at you, and it hurts like a bastard. It also didn't shoot nearly as many of the little versions of itself at me that it did last time. It just kind of sat there and took arrows until it died. So I'm fine with this. This is absolutely okay. So that's chapter 3 done and dusted already. Chapter 4, A Captive Goddess. Alexei has transformed the Statue of Liberty into his own twisted base of operations. It is the source of the supernatural forces that entwine throughout the city streets. As if laughing at the concept of liberty, peals of thunder roar. Harbingers of the threat facing civilization, the statue must be reclaimed or humanity will suffer. After making his way to Liberty Island, Ryu's steely gaze now falls upon the greater fiend Alexei.
Behold, the true world has begun to stir from its prolonged torpor. We have endured imprisonment, a long era of silence, trapped in eternal slumber.
Alexei.
Yet, even the deepest slumber can be disrupted by a single strike of lightning.
Getting struck by lightning will wake most things up. This is true. There we go. The shop's open. And we're just short of the staff upgrade. God damn it. Wait, more volunteers. It is super overkill to kill one of those that way, but we did get more money that way. Fun fact, that's actually how I grinded money in the first game, is there's an area where a bunch of bats would keep respawning. So I would actually just keep ultimate techniquing the bats over and over again. There we go. Maxed out Lunar Staff. Now, in addition to doing more damage, something that the upgrades do for you is it opens up all of the techniques a weapon has. Look how many combos this weapon has. Just bear that in mind. You have this many ways to use this weapon. It is incredible. And I'm going to use like none of it because I am not up to that task. Just like bear that in mind though, that this is a thing. And you can actually see what level it has to be to use each technique right there on the listing with those little red symbols. And some of these had repeated versions of the same thing. Like, you'll notice the Azuna drops down there as a throw, but the Azuna drops also up here with an extra X in front of it. For some reason. Like, I presume so that if you're just holding forward constantly, like I am very wont to do, or if you add an extra X at the beginning of it, you can still use it. I would presume is part of the reasoning for that. Okay, yeah, it looks like everything's still behaving itself. It also will immediately switch between keyboard and mouse input and controller input if you move a keyboard element around. Like if I press an arrow key, you'll notice it immediately goes O P P P P O P P O P P. Yeah, I would not recommend using the keyboard for this unless you don't have another option. I think the mouse also works. Let's actually test that, I'm curious. Yeah. The mouse would be a better choice than using the actual keyboard, I would say. There's a bat stuck up there. No, there isn't. But yeah, with a maxed out staff, we will be in much better shape overall. Nothing will stand against this particularly well. And I believe once you have the upgrades, that's how you get Ultimate Technique level 3 as an option? It's either that or it takes a lot of essence. I don't remember which. Level 3 is not really a thing I've ever done. No, not them. That guy. That guy in particular. Messed up the Azuna drop. Ah, damn it. Gonna happen a lot. It's also gonna be harder to do them now that I hit harder, though, because they will more frequently die, like I was talking about before. Art of the Wind Blades. This one I'll probably use a decent amount. I like the projectile spells more than I like the other spells, basically, is the easy way to remember whether I'll use a spell or not. There we go. Crunch. I really just will never get tired of that. There's just a simple satisfaction of just slamming an enemy's head into the pavement. And hard enough that it just vaporizes. Oh, demons again. Gotcha. Thanks to the recoil from that, he misses part of the Ultimate Technique's hits, but he doesn't grab me, and that's the part I care about. And this is why the staff upgrade mattered, though, is killing these faster. It means we take a lot less stupid damage because they don't just grab me over and over again and make a nuisance of themselves. Of course, you know, they can just do that. No, you're not grabbing me. No, sir. No touchy. Oh, and if you thought we're done, we're not. It's very rarely one wave of things like this in this game. That's just not how they do things. I believe your hit chain also influences the payout you're getting in terms of essence and things like that. I don't know if it's the same calculations for this one, or if I'm even remembering right, or if the person that told me that was telling me the truth. But my experience definitely made it seem like that was true when I was playing the first game. Take note of a neat trick that the Lunar Staff has now. It's actually got flails at either end now. Which is part of where so many of the incredibly high hit counts are coming from, is the flail starts spinning at the end of the staff in some of these combos we're doing now. Which is part of what makes this such a really fun weapon for me. Because who wouldn't want a staff with a pair of rapidly spinning flails at the end of it? It definitely isn't something I would recommend anyone ever actually use in the real world, but it's just really neat. Because I'm pretty sure unless you are incredibly good with it, you're just gonna break your own limbs with it. But boy oh boy is it good at brutality. It does brutality really, really well. Oh, right, I just break that. Hey, that's my leg. I need that. I don't know who gave these wolves explosive knives, but I simultaneously love the idea and hate the idea. Oh, good, more sorcerers, my favorite. Anyway, let's just casually turn this guy into paste. That's better. Really? Nothing else? I could have swore that previous group of enemies had more than just the 2 sorcerers in it. What do I know, though? This is when I find out that there's actually variations there. There's our second Jewel of the Demon Seal, which I still haven't even used the first one. Maybe I should think about that. Because I'd ended up putting one in the Art of Inferno and one in the Art of the Windblades before. I might actually put both in one this time. Which one? Because I think each level of Art of Inferno gives it another fireball, which is useful. I wish you could actually look to see what the upgrade did. And obviously you could look it up if you really wanted to. And yeah, that's the big bonus as far as magic goes, by the way, for the Art of the Wind blades. You'll notice there is it cuts limbs off, whereas the other ones don't really tend to do things like that. So if you want to set up for obliterating, you want the Wind blades. If you just want them gone, the Art of the Inferno is the better of the two, I would say. And I do like fire, so you know what? Upgrade Inferno once. Upgrade Inferno twice. Just max it out. This way, when I actually use my magic, it'll do a thing. In fact, we'll demonstrate it here soon, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a bunch more demons here in a minute. And it'll be really fun to fireball some demons. Just make sure there's no other goodies scattered around first. And let's just checkpoint the fact that I did that just so if anything goes wrong, I don't have to re-spend those. Look how much easier these regular ninjas are to dispatch now that we have better weaponry. Or at least better upgraded weaponry. Like, they become just a non-issue after a bit. Another herb. Anything above? No. It won't let you wall jump there. I think... yeah, this just looped around. Okay, so we successfully navigated the dark alleys without getting mugged. We may or may not have mugged some other people, but yeah, balance. Speaking of mugging... anyway. There's a box behind these barrels here. Fun fact, you can't actually destroy the barrels. It's weird. You just kick the box through the barrels and it just works. How? I don't know. Just does. Like with many other things with this game, just best not to think about it too much. This really isn't that much of a thinking man's series. The more you think about it, the worse a lot of things get. Am I supposed to, like, jump over to that road? Oh, right, no, it's over there. Doesn't look like at a glance you're supposed to go this way, but then you get closer and you realize that's the path. It tried to blast the archer, and I couldn't get the targeting to change. Anyway. Nope, there's no other things to get in the way now, I don't think. So yeah, as you can see, that's why it's worth having that upgraded. Because usually they'd survive the earlier levels. Higher level, though, guarantees death. And I don't know about you, but if I'm throwing a fireball at something, I'd rather it be dead. I'd rather just be dead if I threw a fireball at it. I'd be kind of disappointed otherwise. Is there something down there? Or is it just the way back up? If you fall. Curiosity. Oh. Yeah, because this is the other side of the fence we were just looking at a moment ago. And there it is. There's the goodie. I didn't actually go down here before. Okay, we got another 10,000, so... flail upgrade it is. You know, what way to make a flail better than by adding more blades to the flail? Set off the explosive right on him while we're at it. Excellent. Really just seems excessive when we pummel them when they have no limbs. But at the same time, they're the one who rolled up on us. We were just having a nice stroll through town, and they try to set us on fire with weird purple flames. Ryu, why? Why are you like this? There we go. No. No fire spit. Ah. I definitely did the input for dodging, but I think I was caught up in my own animation, so I couldn't actually dodge. Not this time. None of that. Oh, you can just grab me out of the air that way, huh? Okay. Good to know. No touching. No. Just getting the lay of the land before I hop off of here, because more often than not, if coming up to an area like this will set off enemies, you have to actually touch the ground of that area first. So staying here is usually safe. There we go. Just casually knock them out of the air and move right along with my life. Grab the free goodies and onward we go. It really is a big bridge. Oop. Missed it. Quit. There we go. I think this... yeah, this is the big fight for this part. Hi, big guy. How you doing? This guy's another one that really sucked to deal with last night. We'll see if I do better this time. I didn't have level 3 for the staff the last time I did this fight. Oh, the frames. Interesting, it didn't cause frame drops before. It just caused misery. Yeah, enjoy not getting to fight back half the time. That's kind of his whole shtick, is he knocks you around a lot. And it's very annoying. If you can get an angle at him, he's not bad at all. But getting an angle at him is kind of annoying to do quickly. Depending on the attacks he's doing, he can be very easy to get an angle at, though. And thankfully, it went way better this time. I had so many of those slams happen before I got to do anything before, and it was infuriating. This time we just had to burn one heal. So I'll take that in exchange for how much worse all the other fights went. I'm glad you're doing something finally, Sonya. This is also a really bad idea, but you know what? We're doing it. Hi, I'm up here now.
Fiends are everywhere.
The Statue of Liberty. That's the source of all this. There's a powerful fiend there.
This is really dangerous to be kind of chilling up here having this conversation. What if the helicopter got hit by lightning?
Be careful.
You know, careful doesn't really seem part of it when you have me jumping off the side of a helicopter that if I jump too high, I'm gonna chop my own head off. The whole careful thing's also going great right now, I gotta say. Getting hit with fireball after fireball. I would like to get to participate, please, game. Thank you. Or not. Okay, fine. You wanna play like that? We can play like that. That's the extra fireballs coming into play, and we actually got a rebate on our magic there, so that worked out perfectly. Those demons, by the way, are one of the things that the sword is way better at dealing with, because the flying swallow, I believe, takes their heads just fine, just like the regular enemy. And the sword does this flying swallow technique the best, if I remember right. Because you don't actually get the teleport with the other weapons. their jump attacks sort of work the same if they make contact, but you don't get the forward pull. That makes it easy to make contact. Speaking of forward pull, new weapon, Enma's Fang. Nice big old greatsword. Clearly a perfect weapon for a ninja to be using, right? A sword the size of him? Yeah, that checks out, right? No problems here. You also actually can swing it around really fast for the size of this thing. Camera didn't know what to do in that corner. Oh, that's because this guy's still alive. Yeah, it makes real quick work of people, as you might imagine. Over there. Ooh, I think I threw him a little too hard at that wall. I heard him go crunch. The ultimate technique for this, as you see there, very simple, but very effective. So that's kind of how this weapon is in general. Simple, but effective. It's almost like hitting people with a very large chunk of metal will make a mess of them very quickly. Clean your blade, Ryu. There you go. Much more complicated to clean the blood off of the everything else, but at least we can have a clean blade. There we go. Does a decent job against demons as well, as you can see. Oh, I timed that wrong. Hang on. You can't be moving, by the way, and have him actually clean the thing off. There we go. We can just go this way and get to where I was going a little easier, though. Oh, right, I have no space for those. I do have an open spot for magic, though, so there we go. And having full magic's gonna be kind of important coming up. Because it will make my life infinitely simpler. Not necessarily coming up soon, just coming up. There's something on the ground down here. Yeah, there it is. Give me that. Some more free essence. Now, the annoying thing here is you can't actually go up both sides. One side is blocked off with a gate like this one here, and then you go to the other side. And it alternates on the way up, which is a mild irritant. But you can make your way up just fine regardless. It's just the classic, well, we gotta make you walk somewhere. You can't just go straight up and be done. That would be entirely too quick and easy. I believe the color variation here matters, by the way. This one that's kind of like gray instead of the pink that the other ones are, I believe is stronger. And judging from the fact that he's not dead yet, I think that is accurate. Missed me. Die. What part of die didn't you understand? There. I helped you achieve understanding. Enjoy enlightenment in hell. Once again, one side's blocked off by a gate, but also a bunch of trash this time. Is obviously, if they just put a gate in front of you, you just jump over it. Ignoring the fact that it worked the other way down below. Don't question it, it's fine. They were sneaky and put the gate on the other side this time. Oh no, it's blocked the whole way, never mind. I just didn't walk far enough to look. Got a bunch of flyers throughout here, which Ryu doesn't want to lock onto. As you might imagine, we're getting close to the top up now. We have just the actual statue itself to climb up now. You might be thinking, are you going to do something crazy to like climb up the outside of the statue? And to that I say, if only. And we actually have a little bit more to go up than I thought, but that's neither here nor there. Which one of these doors is open? Is one of these doors is open? There it is. Big oof for that guy. Grab the box, which is another health extension. You'll notice we actually have quite a bit more health than we started with now, because the game's actually pretty generous with the health extensions. As long as you were exploring, like, at all. Where'd the other guy that was shooting at us go? Because there was one more. I thought I heard 2 bows being drawn up here. No. Ain't? Hearing things, or did I... No, I think that was just the delayed sound of Ryu putting an arrow away. Yeah, because it happened again, so I'm pretty sure we're good. There's a save point here. Now, something you want to do... Well, not that. The actual intention is for you to go up the elevator, but there's something for you to do here on the stairs, too. Where is it? No, it's above me, isn't it? Yeah, it's above me. So I do actually have to make this stupid jump. There we go. Okay, yeah, it's gone. That means it did keep the crystal skulls I collected, which means I must have just somehow missed that one that was in obvious plain sight. I might have ignored it at first, because I was like, I'm not going to save these. Because over here, ordinarily, I believe it's right where I'm standing, is another crystal skull. But you have to make that annoying jump to get it. It's still very weird to me that crystal skulls carry over from playthrough to playthrough. It seems very strange. It's nice, but it's strange. And once again, we just ignore the fact that the elevator's not here. Because, you know, we're in a hurry. And this is why we couldn't just use the stairs, by the way. Once again, filled with shit. Just dumped a whole pile of junk in the stairs, because that's totally how you stop a ninja from going places. Is you dump a bunch of nonsense in the staircase and shut off the elevator. It is a little weird to me that they give you the big sword in the most claustrophobic section of the game as far as room to swing a weapon. And it might not be the most claustrophobic in the entire game, but it's definitely like way tighter quarters at this specific point compared to the other points we've been in. But the fact that they have it on display does make a degree of sense. Like, I don't know why it's on display here specifically. Especially since, again, I'm pretty sure we had this in the first game, and... Or, no, did we have this in particular, or was it the other thing? The games run together a little bit in my head. I am gonna give it an upgrade, though. I do like using it now and then. Didn't really change that much with the upgrade, though. Another grain of spiritual life. That'll be great here in a little bit. Because as you might imagine, we are going to have a boss fight up at the top of the statue. And you might think fighting up on top of the Statue of Liberty is going to be really awkward. And oh boy, would that logic be correct. Ordinarily. There's a twist to that tale. The Four Greater Fiends Part 2. Apparently I missed part 1 somewhere. Eventually the tension between the 4 fiend rulers evolved into fierce battle. The world was plunged into chaos as though hell had erupted upon Earth. This infernal conflict drew the attention of one of the archfiends known as Vazda. Slowly arose from his deep slumber to observe the commotion. Lord Vazda's gaze alighted upon a man, a lone human who plummeted into the deep abyss of the archfiend's stare. Well, rip that guy. Is there a reason to drop down either of these holes? I don't think so. I want to say this just drops you back to the beginning. I think you could jump up either end, I think, is part of the reason why those are there. He says, feeling that he lied to himself and he probably left an item behind. But it's fine.
I recognize that stink. The repugnant stench of the dragon lineage.
Rude.
The final lament of an ancient creature. That's death you smell.
You humans have the lifespan of flies. I have experienced things your feeble minds could never comprehend. The music of the spheres, echoing through the cosmos. You may call me Alexei.
You're gonna, there you go.
4 greater beings and master of lightning.
Good for you. And now we're in this weird, like, ethereal plane, which still has things like the torch and such in it. You'll notice it was just right over there, but he made a flat playing field for us to fight, which was real nice of him, all things considered. Go ahead and switch weapons, because we're going to want a level 3 weapon for this fight, because he's actually a pretty tough fight. Especially if he just chain grabs me like he likes to do all the time. He also really doesn't fight fair, like, at all. As you might imagine from a greater fiend. Because he's gonna try to spam lightning at us. And he's gonna do a lot of those grab attacks you saw him doing. If I can just keep hold of him long enough, we will just win this fight pretty clean. But that tornado attack's gonna counter a lot of what I'm trying to do, because he loves to spam that too. Got him. These fights really aren't very difficult. The hard part's not getting hit doing them.
Such is the fragility of evil.
Ryu Hayabusa, you will pay for your sin.
Oh, don't worry. I've got plenty of sins to account for. They just gotta catch me first. And away we go. Where this ladder was before, who knows? You know, we had to grab the tire before, but now there's suddenly a rope ladder coming off the helicopter. Where? How? Why? And the Shrine Maiden's battle. Kenshin descends upon Hayabusa village once again, his Black Spider clan crushing its brave young ninja. Faced with the devastation of her village, Momiji, the Dragon Shrine Maiden, resolves to free a young boy the enemy has taken prisoner. High above the unearthly glow of Sky City, Tokyo, the Shrine Maiden confronts a horde of evil ninja alone. Fun fact, it's time for the other playable character. Here in a moment. Meanwhile, a small child tries to fight that.
Don't you think you're a little out of your league, boy?
Credit for trying, but yeah, it's not really working out very well.
Even the mice are ninja here. No doubt the Dragon Ninja will take this bait.
And of course, you know, you gotta leave something behind to make sure your bait works, otherwise, how would anybody know the kid was taken and not just killed? Suddenly really fucking bright. I think I like this place better when it was on fire. I mean, I guess it's still kind of on fire. I don't know why the lighting's freaking out. It didn't do that last night. It's really having a much harder time today now. I didn't change any settings to cause the lighting to be freaking out like that. But maybe OBS is interfering with it somehow. Seems like it was only that specific scene though, so it's probably fine. But meanwhile, back where we were at the beginning of the game, she's now off on her own adventure over here. And her equipment set's a little bit different. She's got her Heavenly Dragon Naginata, the Heaven Song Bow, and a completely different fire spell, as well as just a small amount of healing. Notice we don't have any of the stuff we had as Ryu, because why would we? No information, nothing in the notebook, just everything she's got right here. Whole technique set for it that I'm not going to bother reading because I'm not going to be achieving most of this immediately anyway. And off we go. She does at least conveniently have a level 3 weapon straight off the top. Because as you might imagine, we're not going to be playing as her as long as we were playing as Ryu. Because I believe this is just a single stage interlude, much like you have a single stage interlude as a different character in the first game. Which is nice for telling the story of what's going on around Ryu as he's doing his thing. Oh, she has a double jump. That's what it was talking about. I was wondering what it meant about A, while jumping in order to jump higher. It's because she, for some reason, can double jump. And of course, she has her own ultimate technique, because why wouldn't she? You're not the one I meant to shoot, but I'll just keep shooting you till you fall down now. Because you happen to get in the way of me shooting the thing I wanted to shoot. There we go. It's nice that they made Momiji decently powerful, so you one, don't have too much trouble, and two, it's not just a radical shift between the two as much as it could have been. Magic's definitely a bit stronger, but that's level 3 magic for you. Level 3 magic's always going to be pretty good. And there is that tag mission mode where you can play as Ryu, Rachel, I believe is the other name, Ayane, and Momiji here are all options immediately. I believe you can unlock more, but I don't know that. I'm just assuming based on how I remember one of the systems for something like this working before. And they all have completely different equipment sets, as you might imagine. Ah, that counts as a grab. Okay. Here, how about you burn? How do you feel about burning? Ideally, you don't like it. Okay, tired of your nonsense. That was not what I input, game. I did not even press a shoulder button, so I don't know where the bow came from. Hey, what? Oh, I guess he doesn't die yet. Okay. I thought he was healing for a moment. I was gonna be very upset. I'm still upset because he's not dead, but I'll take him leaving over him healing for the moment. Even though that means I'm gonna have to fight him again, and I was not doing a great job of that, so... Oh, right, demons. Those are here, huh? Makes sense considering there's Tengu. They're probably all connected on that score. I disagree with the demon getting the hit there, but sure, game. You can believe what you wish, because you're the one who has to make the decisions there anyway. There we go, get the herb I used back. Doesn't look like there's any other paths to take really around here unless this leads somewhere. No, not enough wall jump range here. Unless double jump? Hang on, I did just remember she has a double jump, which she can't use into a wall jump, so never mind. I didn't do this part. This is where I stopped when I was testing things, because I didn't want to play too much of it once I decided I was going to do it. I did up to this chapter and then did one tag mission to see what those were like. I didn't even finish that because it was getting late at that point. So I think by the time I got to this point, it was like 11 already at that point. Yeah, I thought I had somebody following me around. I wasn't sure if that was another case where I was just hearing my own footsteps again. Another healing item. Thankfully, they are giving us plenty of healing, as per the current usual. That's probably where I'm supposed to be going, but is there anything down the end of the river here? Since we can keep going. Not looking like it unless I can squeeze under there. I found a boat. I'm gonna guess the tide here raises sometimes, because otherwise that's really low water to have a boat. But it does look like the draft on that boat would allow it to float there. It would be tight, so if you put anything heavy on it, it might not work, but... This is not going well, because sorcerers are a problem. There we go. God, it just takes the essence so long to be grabbable. Oh, good. I just get kicked straight into that grab, huh? Thanks, game. This spear is so unwieldy. It really does take some adjusting to use this thing, and I am not adjusting to it well. Like, I don't think it's a bad weapon, but it's just like a slight speed change compared to what I've been using. And And it's enough that in a crowd like this, it's a problem. But we're recovering. Everything's okay. There we go. Off with everybody's heads. Wait. Why did the lighting change for a second there? Did anybody else notice? Yeah, everything went suddenly, like, really muted for a second there. At a specific camera angle, all the lighting just kind of dies. Weird. Bright, dark. Bright, dark. Bright, dark. Weird. Why? Oh wow, Talismans of Rebirth are really cheap for her. I guess that's just to make sure you could actually get one if you really need one. In fact, everything is like half price for her. Press and hold Y during a double jump to perform an aerial ultimate. Okay. Didn't realize that was a thing, but I guess that's something she can do specifically, probably, considering it requires a double jump. Wow, that's kind of hard to land, though, huh? Also, doesn't seem to absorb essence, or I got it on the way up, so it didn't count. There we go, it worked that time. And it seems like you would need essence to be able to use that properly, because we weren't getting enough charge for the actual ultimate technique to happen otherwise. So that's good to keep in mind. Which I guess prevents me doing exactly what I was trying to do, which was just spam it so I didn't have to fight them properly. I mean, his head was already gone. I didn't have to attack him again. But I had the option. So you know what? I wasn't done with him yet. Oh, it's boss fight time. No, it's just a bunch of dudes. Never mind. I thought it was gonna be another Tengu, but maybe it will be after these guys. Maybe these are to wear me down before I fight the Tengu. What? Really? Knock it off. Oh, good. Because that's what this game needed. More sorcerers. Yeah, see, it just takes so long sometimes, even when the essence would ordinarily come up quickly. There just is no time sometimes to do so. Quit it with your grab attacks, you bastards! It's only funny when I do it. Mostly because, you know, there's only one of me and a lot of them. It's a lot more reasonable for me to be able to do bullshit compared to them being able to do bullshit. Oh, that's why I ended up with the bow randomly. She doesn't have a throwing attack. She just uses her bow even on basic B press. That's where that went wrong. Okay. That makes more sense now. Because for those that might have forgotten or weren't here for the input of that, heavy attack and ranged attack together is your magic. So when I tried to use magic, it ended up just firing the bow instead because it only took the B input at that point, basically. That's a big lantern. Oh, this is definitely a trap. Yep. Hi.
I expected the Dragon Ninja, but we've caught a Shrine Maiden instead.
Give Sanji back to me.
You are a fool to have come alone. Your recklessness will cost you.
Careful! Don't underestimate her!
This may not be the prey we intended to catch. But I'm always game for a good fight.
Oh, it's a 2v1, huh? Well, that's a problem. Considering how well this went in the first place, fighting just one of you, this is gonna be very bad for me. Especially since I have no magic left and no way to get magic. Huh. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume I'm supposed to win this fight. Because this is not the kind of game to give you forced losses that much. Okay, and their health isn't that high. And somehow I'm having a better go at dealing with the red one. Even though you would think he'd be the stronger of the two. Just because he showed up second. But somehow his pattern's just working out a little bit better for me. Come on. Ah. Okay, one down. Now we start using the bigger heals. Oh, that was bad timing. Of course, you know, the other one wasn't doing this over and over again and being annoying. Could you fucking stop? Really? I'm so glad I get to participate in this fight. Oh, and of course you're immune to arrows. Why have that way of hurting you when you can just keep spamming wind over and over again and then grabbing me and then spamming wind and then grabbing me? I'm assuming it's actually probably supposed to be a case of you're supposed to like charge your ultimate technique while he's doing the wind spell or something. It's a good thing this is a separate item pool, so I'm not burning all my resources for when we go back to being Ryu. This is just not a good fight. Just die. Okay. Did we do the thing, or was the plot gonna say she loses anyway? Because with this being a trap, you would figure that wouldn't be the end of it.
Sanji.
Momiji? Is that you?
Sanji. Oh, you're all right.
Momiji. The village. I couldn't...
You're a kid, it's fine.
It's okay. Everyone is worried about you. Let's go home.
One small child wasn't gonna save a village.
A true ninja, I will always watch over you. Promise.
Good. Wouldn't want a sudden tragedy to happen. Elizabeth's whereabouts remain unknown, but her twisted plans continue to unfold as she unleashes the fearsome power of the demon statue. Wherever she goes, it awakens one of the 4 or greater fiends from his long slumber. The roar of Greater Fiend Wolf, ruler of storms, echoes throughout a beautiful city of canals, transforming a gothic castle into an evil fortress. So here's an interesting thing. This area existed in original Ninja Gaiden Black, but didn't exist in Ninja Gaiden 1. I don't believe. This is where it's weird, is like Ninja Gaiden Black combined 1 and 2 sort of, but also doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. And it may be that my memory's playing tricks on me, but I distinctly remember this stage when I played Ninja Gaiden Black. Oh, this is also having a hell of a time with the textures for some reason. It seems like they are starting to calm down a bit, but it really does not look good. There it goes. Nope, lighting's back to breaking again.
So fragile, the lot of them. So weak! I cannot stand another minute of this tedium. You will find me a mighty adversary. You will bring before me an opponent worthy of I, Wolf, greater fiend and ruler of storms. Accomplish this, and you shall be made ruler of this land.
Do any of them even really want to be ruler of this land, though? I mean, they're all hyped up now, but the second they actually have to rule anything, I don't know if they'll enjoy that anymore. Meanwhile, life goes on as normal over here, and that's probably about to end poorly. Yep. There it goes. Well, that's a shame for everybody living here, huh? Those canals are gonna run with blood now. Hi. Good news, you found your mighty adversary. Don't know why you suddenly jumped at the end of the cutscene there. I wasn't even touching any of the buttons at all. Ow. Right, that's the thing these things do that annoys me so much. There, another one with a grab attack. Because everybody loves grab attacks, right? It's a real good way for them to drain your health if you're not moving more. Oh right, we have no money. Because I spent it all getting the upgrade for the Fang before. I think I want to actually check the canal as well, because I'm pretty sure there's something under the water around here somewhere. I forget which canal had it. And obviously we can run on the water, so we can just cross back from here just fine anyway. There's a whole lot of nothing. I think this was the wrong one. Interesting how I just clipped up through that. That was certainly a thing. Or was it one of the boats? Maybe one of the boats has an item in it. Nope. Or at least not here. It must be nice being able to run on water. Never have to pay for a ferry, never have to deal with any of that. that's the other species that's around here, the gargoyle-looking bastards with the wings. Thankfully, not super durable. Not like an actual gargoyle. There we go. You can definitely tell that the incident happened quite literally just now, because the stalls haven't been that badly ransacked yet or anything. So people haven't had a chance to decide it was a good idea to start looting or anything yet. And you can't tell me that people wouldn't start looting in a situation like that, like this, because there would definitely be people that would get that idea in their head and think it's a good idea. Wow, that one died in a perfect spot. Just laid out on the broken table there. Oh, good. Dragon's Claw and Tiger's Fang, the twin swords. Fun fact, despite the fact that I like dual wielding, I seem to recall that these actually have some issues where I ended up not particularly enjoying them. So obviously, ultimate technique, as usual, very effective. You can at least do the jump attack properly with these, much like the single sword. But I seem to recall that these are a rare situation where I actually prefer the single sword. But it may also be the fact that I usually had the dragon sword upgraded by the time I get these in any of the games they've shown up in. Which does make for an unfair comparison, I will grant that. Wait, skull. And that's the thing, they like to hide those skulls in plain sight. They'll literally just put them somewhere, and you'll either see it or not. Not even just like, oh, you have to go through this whole complex thing to get it. Like, no, it's just there. Could you not? I was busy killing your friend. Wait your turn. There, now it's your turn. Now you die. And it might just be that this weapon's just not a great fit for fighting these guys, especially unupgraded. And that might be where I got a bad feel for this weapon. And like obviously comparing it to our maxed out staff is not gonna be a fair comparison either. His level 1 versus level 3 is just, you know, no contest. Ooh, he has a Talisman of Rebirth. Real shame that I can't carry a second one of those. And I'm not about to just die, so I use it up to get a new one. Yep, no enemies here. Hey there, X, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to me just kind of muddling forward through Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Hopefully you all had a good time with Hex and are all doing well. How is everything going? We're just tearing through some wolf demons and making our way after a 4-armed greater fiend. Hey, Ayoko, hope you're doing well. I mean, at the end of the day, if you got a new PB out of it, that means the speedrunning went pretty well. It's just, you know, rough patches happen in speedrunning. That's just how it works. There will always be periods of not making progress between new heights. Nice, nice. I think I saw you post about having a record for Spooky's Jump Scare Manor, I believe? Is that what you were still working on, or were you doing a different one, did I? Ooh, permanently increase our max key, very good. Gonna need that. That's a pretty good jump then, to go from 24 to top 10. Or at least potential top 10. Ah, ow, my face. Hi. Fireballs for everybody. Oh, slight gore warning to anybody coming in from the raid, by the way, because it does get quite bloody here. So, be advised on that one. Limbs will be flying, parts will be separated, much like they just were there, so. Worth being advised about there. And let me just snooze that ad because y'all just got here and I'm not about to make you sit through an ad immediately. Just buy some time on that score. And let's go back to the Fang for a little bit instead of the level 1, 2 swords. Come on. Come get me. I know you want to get me. There we go. And now the fountain opens up and provides us our path forward, but I think I missed something over here because I got locked in. Which way did we come from? I think it was this bridge, right? The big bridge? So there's probably something over here. We'll find out in a moment if I went the right way or not. No, I think this is where we came from. A lot of these bridges kind of look the same. But considering I haven't gotten ambushed yet, I think I'm yep, I'm backtracking. When in doubt, if there's an empty box somewhere, I've probably been there. And this must have, yep, there we go. Because it has been a while since I've done this, but I definitely still have a decent memory of the layout of this stage, because I did it a couple times back when I had done this before. I enjoy this stage, even though the wolf demons can be a bit annoying. It's just one of those, the aesthetic pleases me enough type situations. And despite how the demons around here are, the stage flows pretty well. Is this where the item's underwater? I know I'm gonna keep diving under all these sections looking for things, but I know one of these sections had an item underwater. I just gotta remember where. Not that we can see very far underwater anyway, but you know, gotta make the best of it we can. Oh yeah, this is why you're in the water in this part, is because you're going through the fence there. Is there anything? Like, there's so much ground here. You would think there'd be something somewhere around here. But apparently no, there's just absolutely nothing. I remember when I was younger, I tried to brute force through there running on the water instead of diving, because it's like diving so much slower. I want to just run, but you can't just run. It doesn't let you. You'll just slam your face into the gate instead. See? Just nothing. Doesn't work. I almost forgot to look around. I don't think we can climb on that. Nope, I think that's just on nothing. One of these times I won't be disappointed. This is not one of those times. Maybe it's over here. Because there's an exit, so you would think they would hide something near the exit because you would just immediately go into the exit. But no. Nothing here either. Maybe they moved it. Or maybe I'm just remembering completely incorrectly. Who can say? Meanwhile, as Ryu gets punched off screen. There we go. Pay no mind to how their body's clipping through things, it's fine. Everything is okay. Except them. They're not okay. But that's not the part we need to worry about. Oh, now we can get the thing that Genshin had and was trying to kill us with, like, 3 stages ago. The Art of the Piercing Void. Basically just throw a black hole at people. That's fine, right? Nothing bad's gonna happen from that. It's gonna have absolutely no consequences. Does this door actually get out of the way? No. Pretty sure I still don't have enough money to really do much of anything. Oh no, we can afford to upgrade the dual blades if I want to. Just to put them on a more even footing, I will continue to ignore the claws. There we go. The Fang's probably gonna be my next level 3. Maybe. Ow. I was gonna do a cool thing. Ow. Right, cool thing not allowed. I should remember this by now. Wow, you're holding onto your limbs really well. Not so much your head, though. Ow. Little too slow. Alright, you know what? Fine. Fun time's over. Exactly. It gets, like, hella messy. Especially with this thing, and with the flails on the end of it. It just starts chewing through everything. We do have an ad break, so is there anything else around here that I can burn some time before I trigger the next thing? Oh, this door opened now. This was just for more enemies to ambush me, though, I think. Wait, there we go. Hinomaru's notebook. March 16th, I fight. That is all I know. That is all I do. March 30th, tonight my path lies behind me. To those at the front, fight and fight well. If this be your place to die, then die defending it. April 6th, a woman, hair of gold. April 9th, a warrior cannot live his life fighting battles of the mind. What is man? What is pride? Interesting. Man meets woman, becomes philosopher instead of warrior, I guess. Which wouldn't be the first time that's happened, won't be the last time. How much money did we grab from those things? Not enough to do anything with, and we don't have any room for more supplies. Let's see, is there anything else I want to do before I just proceed? I know the ads are only like halfway over, but there's only so much stalling I can really do at the same time. I mean, we can try out the Piercing Void a bit, even though it's not going to match up with a level 3 spell. Still don't have any other ranged weapon. I don't remember ever actually getting another ranged weapon, really. No, I think there's one other projectile weapon we might encounter. Oh, damn, that guy. For some reason, I thought there was a cutscene on this bridge, which is why I was worrying as much as I was about waiting for the ad to finish. There we go. Because I'm pretty sure a bridge like that has a cutscene. It's just not that bridge in particular, apparently. Another very similar bridge somewhere. Oh, the upgraded wolves are here now. You can tell because the fur pattern's a bit different. Thankfully, they're not smarter, just stronger. There we go. For those that were stuck in the ads, you didn't miss much. A lot of killing, a lot of walking. Really, nothing has really changed. Oh. Get my magic back. Oh yeah, I remember what to do with this. Shoot one, shoot two. Da-da-da-da-ding. Now you might wonder, what good is lowering a bridge above you going to do? We can now climb on the poles underneath the bridge. No, Ryu. Ryu that way. Thank you. Ta-da! Another partial life extension. We just need 2 more and then we'll have a health extension. And there's no longer any reason for us to be up there, I don't think. So, splish splash, back in the bath. Maybe there's like a crystal skull down here or something? No, because I think there's only 1 crystal skull per stage. And we already got one in this chapter. Maybe there's more than 1 per stage though, and I'm remembering wrong. There are many things I could be remembering wrong all at once in this world. Oh, I remember something with these water wheels. What? Why do I remember the water wheels? Is it because I fell off them a dozen times? Yep. I remember now. Oh, somewhat. I remember trying to go quickly through this, swinging from one wheel to the next, and immediately I just fell off every time. Because you jump from that one, run across this, then you have to walk on the gears in here, which is really fun, but also a big pain. And there's this thing. Like, they really went out of their way to make this an interesting area, and I appreciate that, even if sometimes it backfires a little bit. Just gonna wait this out. There we go. And there's another actual health extension. We need all the health we can get at the rate I've been playing. And I know I said that already, but I'm gonna say it again anyway, because it's gonna continue to be true. Oh, lights are on, but nobody's home. Ooh, that didn't work out. Oh, right, because the stronger one was leading the way. Thankfully, they were too busy posturing to actually stop me charging my ultimate again. I'm pretty sure I can't Izuna drop these guys. He says now thinking about trying doing it anyway. But I'm pretty sure the larger enemies you can't do it to. I can lift these up though, so I might be able to Izuna drop one of these things. I just need to get the proper grip on one of them and then do the right inputs. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah! Okay, it does work. Good to know. Make him go crunchy on the floor. Really just will never get tired of dropping things like that. It's just too much fun. Oh, well that's a point of no return. That's upsetting. I should have went and checked the other side before going in this door. Oh well. Rip whatever was that way. Another Muramasa shop. Amongst a lot of wine bottles. Old man getting drunk tonight. Ooh, another spell upgrade. I think I will upgrade the Piercing Void, actually, because I remember that being a good spell as I waste a healing item, because I keep clicking into the category thinking I need to do that, but I don't actually need to do that at all. It automatically opens the category when you cycle to it. Yeah, it's fine. If I was worried about small heals, I would just go buy another one from Muramasa. But it's not that important. There we go. Hit him so hard he phases through the kegs. And this is why I use the staff over the other weapons, is I can just stun lock things so much better with it. Like, obviously, somebody who knows what they're doing probably can do great things with any of the weapons. This is just the one that works for me. There we go. Shake the green blood off. Don't want your weapon melting or summoning other demons or doing anything weird. There we go. There's the other ranged weapon. Just a cannon, you know. Just a casual cannon. Now, I seem to recall that this used to take ammo, but I've not seen an ammo count anywhere in this game. So I think in this version they might have removed the ammo limitations. Which is honestly good, because it was always a little stupid to not have ammo. But I'll also be getting my wires crossed as far as that goes. Because when I had said in the Blue Sky post that I had played the Master Collection not that long ago, turned out I had played the Master Collection version of 2 back in 2023, not 2024 like I thought. So it was a bit longer. It was about an extra like half a year further back. And that just ticked back around in my brain now is why I'm bringing it up at this point. Just amending things that I said. Because, you know, you should correct yourself if you said something incorrect. Presume there's something I break to get out of here, unless I'm supposed to just go over it. Which I might be just supposed to... Oh no, because this has a chest here. And there doesn't seem to be a doorway on the other side. And I know I can just use the right bumper to have it tell me where I'm going. I don't need that. We don't have that many paths to take. It takes seconds to figure out, oh hey, that's the wrong way. Yeah, is this where the dead guy was? So this entire side over here, I guess this is the diversion. I think we came from there? Hey, there's Zin. How's it going? Just running on in as always, I say. No, this is leading backwards too. God damn you. So it was the path in between that was actually the way forward. More goodies. Oh good, the herb to replace the one I just wasted. Nice, nice. Break a hole in the floor there. It's always important to make sure to eat. So far so good. I have made a slight embarrassment of myself occasionally, but overall we're winning. I have not died yet, which I am happy about. Couple near misses with death, but you know, that's how that goes sometimes. And then a fish ate my ankles and I was very upset. Ow, that was my shoulder. Exactly. Considering back when I played these when I was younger, I died a lot, so I've gotten better at video games since then, clearly. Oh god, I blasted one with a cannon and now they're all mad. I would like to stop falling in the water. Fuck you. Goddamn demon fish. Ah. Stop it. That fish isn't dead. I know it isn't. Yep, there he is. Get off of me. Where'd he go? Did I get him? I'm gonna assume I got him. Considering I just nuked the general vicinity he used to be in, I'm gonna just assume he's gone now. Any goodies in the water around here? Fingers crossed that there are goodies, but I suspect there aren't any. We got a good look at some of the water around here when I kept getting slammed back into it. Nope, nothing down here. Okay. Into the tube we go then. You might notice sometimes I have trouble swimming, by the way. That's because the controls decide sometimes to invert and then uninvert randomly. Instead of staying up is down, or vice versa. Every now and then, depending on your camera angle, it will decide that the opposite is true, and it is very upsetting. No, I think I want to get out of the water. I see a goodie over there. Just keep running, just keep running. Doesn't matter if it's water, just keeps running, just keep running. God damn it. There we go. Ah, just money. Okay, that's fine. Money is important. Money can in fact buy goods and services. Oh, I guess we just don't go over there. Okay. Ryu will do that if you're not allowed to go to the place that you could jump up to. He'll just kind of bounce off, seemingly arbitrarily. Oh, wait, there's a light down here. What's this? Is it just weird lighting? It's just weird lighting. I thought there was like a crystal skull or something down here that I could grab. Just look at this. This is just lit up for no apparent reason. Setting. I thought maybe there was like something wedged between the broken bits of pillar or something. Nope, nothing there either. Honestly, if I can get through this entire session deathless, I will be so happy. Now that I've said that, I've cursed myself, of course, but you know. It would also help if I could tell the difference between parts of this room, since there's just kind of water and pillars everywhere. It's hard to have anything to lock on to that stands out from each other. Aha! There's the underwater goodie. Gimme. Money. Dang it! Keep thinking there's something cool in the water somewhere around here. And again, it might be that the item locations changed between other versions of this game and this one. And that's what's messing with me. It's like, I don't remember getting the cannon in a wine cellar, but I also didn't remember the cannon itself to begin with, so what do I know? I remember getting a weapon here, but it's not either of the things we got, but it's also in like the second half of this place that I remember getting it. Where am I going in here? Okay, fine. You know what, game? Tell me where am I going? That way? Okay. Because this is kind of just too big and open a room for me to really tell looking at it. Like, oh yeah, they want me over here. This is one of the few times I'll just use the directions. Oh, so it is something here? What the fuck do you want me to do? What? What? Okay, great. There's a pile of junk on the floor. What, pray tell, do you want me to do with this game? It's probably under it. Wait, is that another thing I didn't open over there? I think it is. Don't know how I missed that when I was over here a moment ago. No, don't go that far up. Okay, that's just healing. Pretty sure that grate over there is where we came from, isn't it? Yeah, because we were opposite where the other box was. There's a bunch of fish, which is upsetting. Maybe if we dive under the water, the fish won't notice us. Bad news, the fish have detected my presence. That said, ironically enough, we're better at fighting completely under the water than we are out partially. Though I suppose spinning a staff like a propeller would work, huh? Like, not well, but it would work better than the alternative options. Now, if only you would turn around better in the water, Ryu. There you go. Just so we can clear the fish out. God, how many of them are there? Now, maybe I'm supposed to kill all of them, and that's what causes something to happen. Ah. If anyone is afraid of open water, I apologize in advance for the amount of time I'm going to be spending in this body of water. Because I feel like we're going to be here a while now. Based on the lack of success I'm having at figuring out what I'm supposed to be doing here. On the bright side, oh, apparently there's a cutscene if I'm just in this specific part without any fish. So it was just, I needed to have killed the fish. Hi. I don't remember you. Wait, no, I do remember you now. Ow. There's my achievement for using Piercing Void. I mean, if you're gonna put your nose where I can reach it, I'm gonna hit it. As you can see, though, our melee attacks are actually, like, way less effective against it than the cannon is. Ow. I don't need to worry about dodging you that much. Aside from when your head's flailing around and I can't hit you. Okay, fine, I'll dodge this time. There we go. Sploosh. Always check the corpse. And that's the end of that stage. We're 6 chapters in with only being 3.5 hours in, so we're making decent time, I'd say. The Lycanthrope's castle. The canals running through this city lead to a giant castle, a once beautiful architectural legacy now transformed into the lair of the greater fiend Wolf. Wolf's Iron Fist reigns over an army of werewolves. He is a berserker, as bloodthirsty as a beast, and his never-ending hunger for battle has led him to prepare a fitting arena for a duel to the deaths with the world's most powerful ninja. Hey, look, the cutscene we just saw again. Oh, that's not ideal. Apparently that was a load-bearing dragon. That's probably not ideal, like I said. But it did give us a path, so maybe it's not the worst thing. Is the body actually somewhere, or did it vaporize? I think it vaporized. Because there's nothing here. That's disappointing. Now, where actually were... Oh, wait. There's something up there. Where were the pillars that it just showed us? Like, obviously it showed us a pair of pillars collapsing, but that only means so much in a place chock-a-block full of pillars. But it would have to be somewhere we can jump from in order to reach it, so... You know, ignoring the fact that we could have possibly, like, parkoured up a pillar like this one or something. Where is the path? Might be here, actually. Yep, right here. There we go. Another Muramasa shop. First, fish. Yep, that's our 1,000 enemies defeated, apparently. Oh wow, we have a lot of money suddenly. Sending in bosses are usually worth a decent chunk. Let's see, I said I was gonna upgrade the Fang next, so... up it goes. And then we'll probably... Ooh, that actually looks really good now. We'll probably finish the Dragon Sword next. Yep, we're still capped out on everything we want there. Get all the fish off of my staff here. There we go. There's a crystal skull on the other side. How do I get to that? Ah, we come back after we go around. I see. Oh, we might actually have to come back after going quite a ways around. Because if you look there, you'll notice that there was a ledge that brings us over. Unless maybe I go over here and go over the top? Going over the top might work. Yep, there we go. When in doubt, observe your surroundings. So that is our 8th skull now. Let's see. Meanwhile, our pathing for getting to that stuff is just go across all these, jump over there, grab that one, go around the circle here, jump across, grab that, and I think that's actually our path forward over there. There's also an extra one over there I'll need to keep in mind. And a goodie right here. This is why you look around, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta make sure you see everything. Yeah, sure, just don't make that jump, even though that really should have reached. Sure thing, game. Remember, I said look around, not make every jump you try to make. And I didn't say anything about successfully jumping. Successful jumps were not part of the contract. Oh no, more fish. No. No. God damn it. I rushed too much trying to get away from the fish before they knocked me in the water, and instead I fell in the water on my own. Joke's on them, I'm more powerful in the water than they are. They really are the worst. No. There we go. Hop, 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 heap, hop, heap, hop, whoop, heap. There we go. Yeah, the thing I need to remember is Ryu won't actually walk off ledges. He will actually bump into an invisible wall if he just walks up to an edge. So you don't actually need to jump before you get to the edge of a platform. Because he is smart enough not to just walk off like an idiot. In most cases. Like, see? I'm just running against nothingness here. You can use that to tell you're far enough along that you'll actually make the jump. Because this is more about fighting than it is about platforming. There we go, we showed those fish who's boss. Oh good. Heal my fish wounds. Excellent. Which it is kind of interesting how this game kind of doesn't punish you for platforming at all. Considering how punishing the platforming in the original 2D series was. It's an interesting shift. But you know, that's just how things change over time, because boy was there quite a lot of time between the original 2D games and even the first one of these. And I don't think the Team Ninja people that ended up doing these had anything to do, even individually, with the earlier ones. I don't think any of them were like ex-Temco people or anything. Tecmo. As you can tell, I've forgotten a lot of things, including how to make words make sense. Eventually we will get where we're going. There's just one more box to grab that may or may not involve me falling off of something again. It's just sometimes hard to tell where the ground actually is. Wasn't there one more box? Oh no, there was the two over there, then the one here. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Because I don't think I can jump over there in any reasonable capacity. And I'm pretty confident... Yeah, wait. That's a piece of a dead something over there. Huh. Don't know how that got there. I certainly didn't put it there. this time. Oh god, these little freaks. They're literally just bone spiders. And they're about as upsetting as they sound. Welcome to the bone pile. Population, a lot of goddamn bone spiders. I think areas like this are where I really started to learn to enjoy this staff, because it's so good at clearing crowds of little shit like this, is with the constant spinning. Because otherwise this happens, where you just get chewed to pieces. Death by 1,000 cuts. And there's just still more of them. Oh boy. Incredibly bright cutscene again. I don't know why the shadows in the cutscenes are breaking. They really weren't this broken before. I'm still very confused by this. I may have to tinker with this some more. Yeah, that's about how I feel too. But I think you might have upset something by doing that. No? Kind of expected, like... Ah, there it goes. Yeah, because, you know, where there's a bunch of little ones, there's of course a big one. Gog Magog. Pretty sure I have to hit it in its obvious weak point. Just hitting it in its obvious weak point is going to take some doing. So I think we gotta, like, knock it down or something to access the chest. Ow. Maybe I just hit him in the ankles. Oh, there it goes. He doesn't like that. Down he tumbles. And then we blast him. Ooh, wow. He's speeding. Quit spinning. It's a cool trick, but stop it. Look, just because I kicked the bone pile doesn't mean you can kick me. That's rude. I couldn't get out of the gun on the screen fast enough. Bigger they are, the less they like getting hit in the ankles. There it goes. Easy. Broke his heart. What a shame. And then he does a little dance. You would think that would be a bad thing, but we can climb up that, it's fine. And then he went all to pieces. We did it. You would think this door over here would matter, but it doesn't. That's how we got here, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, moving right along. What do you got, dead guy? The Kusarigama. And in the box, Herb of Spiritual Life. I honestly forgot this weapon existed. mean, 12th is still much better than where you were. I can see why you would be upset. It can be difficult. Like, I remember the previous one being much harder than this is, but I'm also only playing on normal, and there's 2 difficulties higher than this. So... And even now, I'm having a couple difficult points, but bear in mind, I've also got a decent bit of experience with this 3D series here. For first-timers, it's definitely pretty mean in places. I would say this is probably the most generous version I've encountered of any of these. But that's not too surprising of a very modern remake of something like this. More or less, I would say, if you're familiar with, like, other spectacle fighters like Devil May Cry and things like that, you'd probably do fine with this once you get used to the flow of it. If this is your first game of this genre at all, you might struggle a bit. But there is a lower difficulty for people to learn this style of game on as well.
Finally, a worthy adversary has entered my castle. Excellent. He shall be given a most fitting welcome.
I would say the primary difficulty in this game, though, comes from the actual boss fights themselves, not the stages, at least anymore. I do remember when I played through the equivalent of this before, I struggled even in the stages. Which is why I consider this version to be more generous. Because I'm operating under the assumption that I've not gotten that much better at these since I hadn't really played them in over a year. So it wouldn't really make sense for me to get that much better spontaneously. Ah, there we go, another statue. We can afford to max out 2 more weapons, so Dragon Sword. Now, the other side of the coin, as far as difficulty goes, is I swear you were able to carry more Herbs of Spiritual Life before. Like, I thought you could have 5 of these and 3 of these before. There we go, we'll get level 2 Kusarigama as well. This way all of these are relatively usable. In fact, here, let's grab level 2 for that too. Just so it's not completely outmoded. This way, on whim, I can still use any of these and not have them be terrible. I also definitely am making more essence to be able to buy things with than I remember ever having. But I'm also using the ultimate technique and such to generate more. Like, there's caveats to like all of this because of experience and everything. And that's why it can be a little tricky to answer a direct question like, is this difficult? Is a lot of variables. But hopefully that was a good enough answer to tell you what you wanted to know out of that. I forgot that these guys start showing up here. I thought they were later in the game. Which, if you want crowd control area, this is the weapon you want, because the heavy attacks have such a wide arc to them. As you might imagine, spinning the chains around. Doesn't look like there's anything else over there. Now, bear in mind, I may sound like I know what I'm talking about, but this is all just coming from, this is the experience I've had with the series, so someone who has spent more time with it may give you a very different answer of how good certain things are, or as well, so. Just that quick grain of salt reminder. But as a point of comparison, someday not too long from now, maybe I'll run one of the Master Collection versions of one of these games so people get a comparison point. And honestly, I probably should do so just for sake of my own memory, if nothing else, because maybe my memory's just painting a bad picture for me. Which, that remains an odd concept to me. The fact that they re-released the 3D Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, and 3 as part of the Master Collection, like, 2 years ago, give or take. And then now they remade 2. It's just very strange to me. And there's also apparently a 4th one that got announced at the same time this did. Not to mention the fact that there's that new 2D Ninja Gaiden Metroidvania-ish thing that's apparently coming out at some point. Like, just spontaneously, it seems like they remembered that this license existed and they're just doing everything in their power to use it again. Which I, for one, am really happy about, but it remains a confusing concept. Like, why now? Why is this just suddenly a thing again? Like, I don't know if they just, like, ran out of other things they wanted to work with, or if they've been cooking this for a while, and it just happened to be a good time to announce, like, that 4th game, for example, off the back of this re-release, which that would make sense. But I believe the more 2D one is actually being made by a different studio. Like, obviously it's not Team Ninja, I don't think. But I don't remember who specifically was working on that. I remember being relatively happy when I saw the studio. I just don't remember which one off the top of my head, because the news for that has been, for me, kind of sparse, because I've not really been looking for it. Because I know it's probably not coming out anytime soon. So I didn't really go looking for it. Because I'm always the one that's like, okay, tell me when it's coming out, like, next month or something, and then I'll start paying attention to it. Because if it's further away than that, I'm probably gonna forget everything I've seen about it by the time it actually comes out. And I'm not one to get hyped about these things ahead of time, because there's usually a lot of waiting, and I don't like waiting. but I know other people will care about that information, so I'm mentioning that while it's in my head. Gee, I wonder how we get across. Could it be swinging on the giant flagpoles? Which would totally be a great idea. Da 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 da. Ryu, please. The other way, please. Ryu? The other way. Why are both directions making you do this? Why are you like this? There you go. Go that way. Whee! Whee! You can probably figure out exactly what I'm about to do. Whee! Because who wouldn't want to just fly through a giant stained glass window if you didn't have to worry about cutting yourself or any normal thing like that? I hope they don't mind me repainting their whole floor with their entire community here. Yeah, to roll back to the beginning of this whole thought, if you want a difficult game with the Ninja Gaiden name on it, I would say go to the original set of 2D games, because they are way meaner than this ever will be. This gives you too many tools and too many options for recovery by comparison to be as difficult. They're technically different things, but it is the same license, I do believe. Like, I don't think these are necessarily... How to explain this, because it's a weird situation. There's been arguments whether this is the same Ryu, same world between those two or not. And I don't remember ever hearing a consensus as to a yes or no. But they both have the Ninja Gaiden name. And they both involve a Ryu Hayabusa with a dragon sword fighting against evil. Like, it... The evil factions where it changes the most... Yeah, he's got a few things, you know. What ninja doesn't like to have a cannon, right? Cannons are good for everything. How you doing, Yura? I'm trying to remember where I'm supposed to go from here. Oh, right. We didn't use the door. We came in through the window. Hey, look, more pieces of the window I broke. Inokoma's notebook. March 18th. I go forth with resolve, knowing that death surely awaits me. My fate shall be no different than that of the brave souls who lay at rest beneath the plains at the foot of Mount Fuji. Countless swords plunged in the ground to serve as gravestones at this, the graveyard of the Black Spider. March 25th. I fight not for justice nor for evil. I only refuse to deviate from my destined path. April 2nd. I find it hard to believe that a man as powerful as Master Genshin would allow himself to be treated as a pawn by the fiends. While it is true that our clan is distantly related to the Fiend bloodline, I cannot help but wonder if it is proper for us to assist them like this. I am as close to an apprentice of Master Genshin as anyone in our clan, and the more I learn of him, the more he puzzles me. April 13th. I do not agree with Elder Koshimaru. Koshimaru may have the inner eye, but the Master Genshin that I know is not afraid of anything. He is confident in his vast power. Nothing can faze him. April 15th. I found Hajijuro elapsed on the ground after suffering a grievous injury. I forcibly fed him the last of my herb of spiritual life. I hope that he might survive, just as I know that he may not. Just as I know that I may soon suffer the same fate. April 16th. What poor fortune, attacked from behind by a lesser fiend. Though they lack intelligence, they make up for it in their oppressive ferocity. It appears to be instinct for them to attack humans. This is fiend territory. I knew that something like this could happen at any time. It pains me to know that I will leave this world without even laying a finger on the Dragon Ninja. I am beginning to lose all strength in my hands. And again, that's a lesson in the relation between the spider ninjas and the fiends. The fiends don't care. The fiends will eat and kill and do whatever they want, despite the fact that they're technically working together. There's a lot of crockery down here in this kitchen. Ow. You know what? You've earned this. No, come on back here. Come on. Come on, you've earned this now. Come here. Look at you living through that. Here, let's fix that. There we go. If you think we're well armed right now, take a look at all of the other weapons I also have. We have a few. Just a big old sword, a very similar weapon to what I'm using right now, another sword, a pair of swords, some claws, a whole staff that's just in my pocket somewhere, a bow that's just somewhere. You know, got a few things, just a few. Nothing to worry about. Plenty of meat on the menu down here. Ah, another save point. Excellent. Yeah, unless they changed around the chapter count, I want to say we're nearing like the halfway point through this game, give or take. Which means we're not finishing it today, even if I was gonna push for it. One more and we'll have a health extension from those. Very good, very good. I'm glad I double checked. Yeah, because I think we're gonna fight Wolf here soon. Because obviously that's his stage, so... And what was in here? Oh, death. That's what's in here. Oh, right. You guys pop out of the floor. That's why I hate these flying guys. Well, floating, really. Because they're fast, they can disappear into the ground, they can shoot like that. They're just generally a nuisance. They're also shockingly durable for all of the other factors they have going for them. So what was the point to this room? It would appear there wasn't one. I guess just leads into the next room, nothing else to it. Let's check the other paths first. Because based on the fact that I'm getting jumped in there, I'm going to assume that that's the way forward. So there might be goodies like upstairs or something. Or it's one of those, I'm going to end up opening each of these doors as time goes on type deals. I don't remember. This all kind of just fades as far as my memory goes the later into this game we get. So based on the way it's going so far, I suppose I will do a second session of this to finish it up, because it's actually going well. Like, I had expected to have been getting bodied long before this, based on my memory of this game. But I think my most recent memory is faulty for this, because I was playing on a hard in my most recent memories of this specific game. And obviously, it was a different version of said game as well. There we go. Just make mince of all these guys and carry on. Ah, I was gonna do a funny. Fine, we'll do a different funny. Ow. Actually, that's a good question. Can this even do what I'm trying to do? Because it has other throws. No, this is one of the few weapons that can't Izuna drop. Well, that precludes me doing that then. Let's see if I can do Demon Cutter. Nope, I think that was the obliteration technique, not the Demon Cutter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Demon Cutter may very well be the ultimate technique, even though it counts it as a... No, because if it was a throw, it would be different. Wow, we're getting way more weapons here than I remember getting. But I remember, like, the beginning and the end of this area, and that's about it. So that really shouldn't shock me, that I don't remember. And it may also be that since this is Black 2 instead of Standard 2, they may have merged things and moved things. Because I thought this was where you get the scythe. But that might be the end of this stage. But I thought it was right before Wolf that you'd get the big scythe. Again, version changes, though. Okay, yeah, now I go upstairs. Ow. That's a lot of blood and gore for using a blunt object. I had to. He stood there posturing. I had to blast him for it. Oh, you lucky bastard. Not so lucky now, though. Like, the amount of force needed to take a blunt object like these tonfas and rip limbs off must be incredible. Compared to, you know, just cutting the limbs off with something sharp. There we go. Gotta keep them clean. It's important. I was gonna say, are these doors gonna open? Turns out I managed to turn their trap against them. Oh, I guess I go the other way, yeah. It's shorter this direction, that makes sense. Playing with these tonfas, though, makes me want to play Monster Hunter Frontier. Because I've seen that there's tonfas in that game, and I'm still just curious about Frontier in general, and that's where the brain connection comes from, though, is just tonfa to tonfa. Or at least I believe that is correct. I believe it's tonfas, magnet spike, and something else that are unique to Frontier. Brain might just be steering me wrong at this point because the brain is very tired at this point. I may also just be remembering wrong that there was a third unique. It might just be Magnet Spike and Tonfa. Frontier's weird. That's what I'm trying to get at with that statement. There we go. Okay, dead end over that way, so I just have to go this way. I'm gonna guess we're climbing another fireplace looking at this. It just me, or is it weird that there's a fireplace that doesn't lead outside? I just realized that. Like, wait. If they ever use that other fireplace that we climbed up through, they're gonna smoke out that entire floor. Huh. Don't know if they thought that one through. Oh well, not my problem. It's unlikely that that wasn't a fireplace that we went through first, because it looked exactly the same as the fireplace that went out that we just went through seconds ago. You can claim that maybe it was a dumbwaiter spot, then, but where was the dumbwaiter then? The answer? There wasn't one, so I don't know. Maybe they just put the people they don't like on that floor, and let them get smoked. Oh, damn it. I was hoping there'd be an item down here, since most of the other failure pits for these jumps had items. Well, that's what I get for being curious, I guess. Get my time wasted. Anything over here? Yes. Including a shop. Give. Oh god, it's a trap. The box was full of fish. You know, I'm glad everybody came back from ads in time for me to be assaulted by an army of fish. Oh, we are so close to affording another upgrade. Well, then again, I want to upgrade into Tonfas anyway because I'm enjoying them. There we go, put some blades on there. There you go. Now we're talking. Missed it. I don't know if those are actual blades or if they're just metal bits, but thin metal is as good as a blade if you hit it with enough force. Hello.
Most impressive. That a puny human like you made it this far is worthy of praise.
You look bored. All good, Hex. Do what you gotta do.
I have prepared a venue befitting a duel to the death.
We can fight here. I'm not fussy. I guess I'm not gonna get a choice in going to this duel to the death, huh?
We will fight on the sacred battleground of the Colosseum.
Fine. Oh, yep. We're not just going there, though, huh? Okay. Letting the boys have one more shot before they fight you. Understandable, honestly. You must not like these guys very much. This is a great way for you to get rid of your troops. Well, that was certainly a camera angle for that moment, huh? Didn't want this guy to feel left out. There we go. Ah, I see. We go down the hole even though he just went through the door. Okay, I'm starting to remember this bit now. For some reason I thought the tunnels like this were after the full fight, though, not before. But again, layout changes may have happened. Yeah, these are way more effective now that they've gained even just the one upgrade. Just look at the sheer difference one upgrade makes. I mean, obviously I'm using the ultimate technique more too, which helps, but like even without that, the amount of response we're getting from the enemies changes drastically. Which is what's allowing me to use the ultimate technique more. Yeah, we're now back where we were before, right back out front where we walked in initially. So I guess we're just walking back. Could have just, you know, gone to the Coliseum together and had a nice fair fight when we get there, but no, I gotta walk back. And remember, stupid lazy demons and not showing any hospitality to their challengers. At least we're getting plenty of healing. Oh, I guess he needed time to prepare the audience. Wait, if I'm fighting you, shouldn't you be down here?
Behold! Observe closely this human. Do not be deceived by his delicate appearance. He is a proven warrior.
Thanks, I guess? Hey, look, they're cheering for us.
Do you wish his blood spilled?
I mean, why ask questions you know the answer
Do you
to?
wish to see destroy him? Yes, Wolf, invincible ruler of storms. He shall be given an honorable death.
Is it really an honorable death if you jump at me like that immediately? I feel like that's cheating. Right, that's why you don't get the scythe till after fighting Wolf, because you get the scythe from him. Right, you know what, that makes sense now. I forgot he uses that. I thought he just fought barehanded for some reason. Okay, you know what? Treat you with respect, use the level 3 weapon. But also cheat. Ah. You know, I probably deserved that. I was not expecting the immediate shoulder check after that. Got him. Only used a couple small heals, not too bad. If I was taking it slower, I could have absolutely done that without needing any of them. We ain't about slow play here. I get the feeling the crowd's not going to be a fan of this moment. Yep, this is a problem. Oh, this is mine now. Time to treat you wolves like grain. Come here. God damn it, I keep waiting just slightly too long. Fine. No fancy moves, just death. He says he does it again anyway. Because, yeah, it shoots shockwaves with the ultimate technique on this thing, and it just destroys things. Like, it turns things into mince even harder than the ultimate technique usually does. Going bowling. Thanks for the help, I guess? I kind of had this under control, but you know, that is faster. That is definitely much faster. And I'm sure you're having a great time doing that. Yeah, this does seem like a good time to leave. If for nothing else, just so I don't get caught in the crossfire of her having a great time blasting everything. Well, I hope she's not planning on firing that missile launcher anytime soon, because that could be an awkward moment. Yep, there we go. There's chapter 7. And you can tell that was one I hadn't done yet because the achievement pop. City of the Fallen Goddess. The tranquility restored by Ryu's efforts is shattered by the reappearance of the Archfiend of the Underworld. A beautiful demon hunter descends amidst the skyscraper, striking the fell creatures that now infest the city. Fighting her way through the endless horde, she attempts to restore peace and order once again. Give me one quick second before we kick on over to the next part here. Curious to see if anybody has logged times for this yet. Seven and a half hours is the first time I see logged on how long to beat, which is very interesting. His original Ninja Gaiden 2, as far as the 3D ones go, was 14 hours. Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, 11 hours. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, 7.5 hours. Something about that doesn't add up, but it might be... Bear in mind, how long to beat is user-submitted times, so it is probably a case, since this was released yesterday, that the only people that have finished it are people that were well familiar with it and can just blaze through. Now, that's not saying that I can't blaze through reasonably quickly, as has been demonstrated by the fact we're up to Chapter 8 already. Let me see how many chapters there are. That might be a better answer. Yeah, the chapter layout is definitely different in this version, because this chapter doesn't exist in the original version, so theoretically this should actually be longer, depending on how they adjusted these, because this is another side character stage. I'm going to assume, yeah, this doesn't have a chapter list for 2 Black yet. Let me see if anybody has submitted a list of chapters for this yet. I know this is delaying continuing, but I want to know how much is left so I can make a decision. Ah, there we go. I found the actual Team Ninja listing of what the difference is between in this and other entries. Right, there was a Statue of Liberty fight and a Buddha statue fight that are not in this version. It has the option of matching the settings from Sigma 2, but it's based on original 2. Okay, it's got 17 chapters. That's what I needed to know. So we are quite literally at the halfway point now. So I think I'll go ahead and do this chapter, and that'll be the last one for today then. And as far as release date difference, by the way, for those interested in such numbers, the original version of Ninja Gaiden 2 was in 2008, according to this list. Sigma 2 was 2009. Then there was apparently Sigma 2 Plus for the Vita, which was 2013, and then the Master Collection was longer ago than I thought. It was actually 4 years ago in 821. And interesting. Oh no, that's the number of costume slots, not the stage split. Okay. That makes more sense. And there's a lot less bosses in this version, which is interesting. So they basically... This is basically a remade version of only base Ninja Gaiden Black. It has nothing that much to do with Sigma 2, it looks like. So that's interesting. There's your neat tidbit of information for the day as far as that goes. So my estimate's about right, though. If we're at chapter 8 now and there's 17 chapters, we are about halfway through what a time it would take for me to beat this game.
Where is my sworn enemy? Where is the Dragon Ninja?
Oh, you know, around somewhere. Hope you like excessive character design, because boy, do we have another case here.
This is going nowhere. Ryu never would have left a fiend behind. It's like they're swarming up out of the depths.
Yeah, because I believe Rachel here had one stage in original Black.
Something's out there.
And then she apparently got playable stages in some of the other ones randomly, based on what I'm seeing off of the difference list there. And she's of course playable in the extra mode that I mentioned earlier. She is very fun though if you enjoy hammers. Because, you know, big hammer, go smack. Oh yeah, I forgot, she has a machine gun. Right, that's a thing. Because she got so little screen time even in the previous game that I genuinely forgot like everything she had other than the big hammer of smack things in the head until they die. You might imagine, crushing things like this with a hammer, very satisfying. It's a pity the hammer kind of plays mostly like the scythe does, though. It doesn't actually have too much unique about it that I know of. Oh yeah, there's her Type 666 heavy machine gun. Oh, she does actually have magic, too. Did not realize she had magic. Only a little bit of healing items, just like Momiji did. What does the moveset for this look like? Yeah, that's fairly simple. In fact, I think this might be the simplest moveset any of the weapons in this game have had. Then again, you know, why do you need complexity when you hit thing with hammer? I wish I knew how I did that hammer throw. It's off the jump attack, I know that. I just don't know where... There it is! I need to do a hold part way through that. That's how you throw them into the air and then crush them into the ground. There we go, that's the good shit. You give me the power to throw my enemies around the room and I will happily do it constantly. There's just not much more satisfying than just scattering your enemy easily, like ragdolls around the room. Especially when it's a larger enemy that you should have no business throwing around like that. Alright, let's see how good what the magic is, shall we? Or it's just not gonna take that input. Okay, game. There we go. Well, that did something, apparently, because I heard a lot of damage sounds. This is going well. Should probably stop messing around. I say as I immediately get jumped again. Remember when I complained about the jump attacks these things had? Yeah, it's situations like this that are exactly why I hate that being a thing that they can do. Because they just spawn in, jump attack you, spawn in, jump attack you. It's the awkward reversal of the way in most beat-em-ups work, where you abuse a jump attack against them. They're now doing the same thing to me, and I don't like it. God damn, they expect her to fight a lot of fiends. Then again, they expected Momiji to fight a lot of things too, so I suppose it balances out. See if this works better against these guys. Okay, it's a close range spell, that's why. It actually makes, like, thorn-covered vines whip around you. I just couldn't see them very well. There he goes. Another herb. Yellow paint, but it doesn't lead where we're going. Weird. There we go. All that damage I took doesn't matter. Pieces of them left. They just make such a satisfying splat. Ooh, I actually threw that one down the stairs. Excellent. That's exactly what I was aiming for, but I wasn't sure if it would let me. Since he wanted to charge a spell, I figured I'd show him what a real charge attack looked like. You can tell that these all use more or less the same skeleton, since the jumps are exactly the same. And a lot of the attack animations are shared. Just with, you know, obvious differences. So obviously, why would you use a different skeleton for a human character when you already have a skeleton for a human character? Be a little excessive, unless you really want them playing significantly differently, which could be nice, but in a game like this may be a little too much, considering these characters are only used for like one stage, other than the bonus mode, which I think was only in some of the versions. I already forgot what I read as far as that goes. Really made a mess with that one, apparently. The fact that her hammer has so little stagger is a crime. I don't care what kind of monster you are. Getting hit straight in the chest or the jaw with a warhammer like that should have more of a response than just, I'm gonna hit you anyway. Especially at these sizes. Let's be real here. These guys aren't Monster Hunter class monsters. They're not that strong. They're not that big. Especially not these little guys. is this guy presenting such a problem? Die. Like, it's interesting how the exact same enemy can present a radically different problem sometimes, and then be instantly disposed of other times. Like, it just goes to show how much approach actually matters. Which is nice up until the point where it limits what your options actually are. Oh, I guess this was just a stop on the way up, huh? Yep. We're going further up now. The elevator just took a break partway. One down. Split that guy in half. Where the other half went? Probably best not to think about it too much. Go ahead and just preemptively charge this for the next bunch that shows up. Oh, cutscene. No, the elevator. Oh, that's inconvenient. Oh, you just had that grappling hook the entire time, huh? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much what she's designed for, yeah. That's just how Team Ninja designs. There's a reason why a lot of this carries over back and forth between Dead or Alive. Even this series, because, you know, yeah. Fair. No, not at all. I mean, I will say it's probably more practical than running out here into combat in a dress or something, but it's definitely not any protection to speak of. Curse all these single small wires blocking me from going places. Yeah, no, as far as character design goes, this group has never been much of the concept of subtlety. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not saying that as a judgment, this is just the facts of what it is. Oh right, need the wall run there. For some reason I thought the grappling hook she had was just gonna pop out again and allow her to swing across there. But I suspect that's just a purely cutscene grappling hook. It only exists when it's convenient. Presumably boss fight time.
You have fiend blood in your veins.
Oh, right.
Are you searching for the Dragon Ninja?
She's like half fiend or something like that, yeah.
Maybe I am.
Somehow, I suspect we have different reasons for seeking him out.
It doesn't matter. You'll never find him. Now go back to the underworld where you belong.
A fragile little doll, trying to take on a greater fiend. well. Show me what you can do.
As you pose through most of your sentence. Okay, you are fighting too. I was wondering whether it was gonna be a set of enemies and then him, or both. The answer is both, which is annoying, because he's gonna be a pain in the ass the entire time then. There's an advantage to these guys being here, though, in that I can potentially charge ultimate attacks that way, but he flies around too much, I think, for the ultimate technique to work till this phase. Nope, now he's flying again. Look, your name's Marvis, not Rathlos. Get back on the ground. You know what? I did ask for you to get on the ground, I guess, so... You know what? Fair play. Problem is, she just doesn't have any real air attacks that I've been able to find. There we go. That's damage. Ow. Damage returned, though, so you know what? Fair exchange. So I guess that's the whole key here, then, I guess. Just wait for him to dive. Hey, could you know, dive again? That was a really cool trick. I just want to see it again. Not that one, the other one. The one where you crash into the ground and I can hit you. I mean, that counts, yeah. No, he summoned more minions, though. Thankfully, they are a source of healing for me, too, so it kind of works out in our favor that they're here. Ooh, how did I do that? I did a hammer spin, and I don't know how. Like, not the single spin there, I had a different spin move happening. And I'm not entirely certain how. I did it. Could you be attackable, please? This fight would have been over already if you could just take damage. I just want you to know that. God damn you. Like, with the attack speed she has, he does not stay on the ground long enough. And this does nothing to him. Are we having fun yet? I'm kind of glad I'm getting this out of the way now, rather than at the start of a session. I'm betting there's a specific attack that probably makes this fight suck infinitely less, but I don't know what that attack is. But this is the kind of fight I was referring to when I said this game definitely suffers from design decisions of its time. There we go, now he's staying still. Not that I had time to do anything with it, because I expected him not to be staying still, because he never was before, other than one time. But it seems to be whenever he crashes down and summons minions, which I see no specific indication for. Really wishing I had any magic left. That probably would make this go a lot faster as well. Which I do have a magic mushroom, actually. But I think he dove away the second I used it, because of course he fucking did. I suppose that's his demonic specialty, is wasting everyone's time. There you go, I knocked your horn off. Now you're uneven. Fuck you. Oh, he's actually bleeding, too. Look at him. Bye. Oh, the sun's coming out, so maybe he's dead. I was gonna say I half expected there to be a fake out there.
Dawn has come.
I guess it's one less greater fiend that Ryu doesn't have to deal with. Ah, yep, there we go. That's the next one that's supposed to be in line from the chapter list I had. So we'll let the intro cutscene for this. I think it'll play the cutscene again, but we'll play it now just to be on the safe side, and then we'll end session and find someone to raid. The Flying Fortress Daedalus. The fanged fortress of the wolf beast toppled. Ryu and Sonya leave his twisted arena behind, taking to the skies in search of Elizabeth. Ever northward, she is carried on wings of darkness, borne through the skies by the Flying Fortress Daedalus. She must be stopped, but the army of Genshin, sworn enemy of the Hayabusa clan, stands between Ryu and his quarry.
Bringing us in.
Look at Ryu actually sitting inside the helicopter for a change instead of on the side or on the legs or somewhere weird. You know, not lasting long, of course, just jumping out of the damn thing again immediately, but... Oh hey, it's those two. Awfully convenient that we just find them that easily just in this giant flying fortress. Really not subtle that they've just got this thing. Despite how big this is, though, it's surprising that they found them that easily. Huh, that doesn't seem great. Ow, 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 ow. I wanted to see what kind of weapons those were right quick, because I couldn't remember if they were machine guns or cannons. And it just would have been really funny to end on Ryu getting blasted with a cannon. Oh, okay. Sometimes I have to read people's titles to have any idea what they're doing. Is she about to end? Because usually she ends in this vague time frame, at least based on prior experience. 3 hours? Probably not immediately ending. So we will finally get a chance to return the favor. Somebody that's been raiding us a bunch. We'll go see Cinder, or Haname, who is doing Helldivers 2, it looks like, with a bunch of peoples. So that should be fun. And she has definitely popped in over here numerous times, especially when we've been doing Monster Hunter. So it's only fair we send some love and support back the other way, you know? Seems reasonable to me. As mentioned earlier, in case anybody is out of the loop and interested, the 7 Days to Die finale is probably not actually happening tomorrow, because it sounds like at least one of the players is not going to be there, and I would like to have everyone present for the finale. So I will be figuring something out tonight. That's part of why I'm ending now instead of pushing onward. That and keeping the amount of time for this game more even. Because otherwise we'd have like 2 hours of this game left the next time I play it or something, and it just wouldn't work. And And of course, that's Saturday accounted for. Monday will not be Monster Hunter. We are moving those to Tuesday nights to account for a schedule change Vale needed. There's a chance that gets rescheduled too, because Pazzy may need schedule changes as well, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. I might just finish this on Monday if I feel up for it. I have so many other things that I have to fit in as well, thanks to a bunch of Lurkit stuff and a bunch of other things that happen to come out, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. Same goes with Thursday and Friday, basically, is I'll figure out what fits in where, when. But be good to Cinder, she's good people, and I will see you all tomorrow one way or the other. Good night, everybody. Before the timer ran away without me.